session in a short while. Once again, the delegates who are still outside, I'll request all of you to come take your seat. Ensure that your mobile phones are in silent mode. We are starting the first technical session of the day in a very short while. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please settle down. And welcome to the second day of this national conference. Needless to say, yesterday was absolutely enlightening. Hope all of you enjoyed the dinner, the sightseeing to heritage places. And the sessions yesterday were full of life, full of information. And today we continue that journey with some more interesting and informative sessions. But before that, there is a very special pledge that we want everyone to be part of. And may I request Sri Rabinarayan Prushti from the host team to please join us on stage and do the honor of giving us the details. So.
Good morning. Namaskar. So, we are again assembled for the second day. I hope everybody must have enjoyed the yesterday evening night dinner in a beautiful ambience and the very, very favorable climate, enjoyable climate in Bhubaneswar, right now at least. So, today is the second day, and as you must have seen that in the program schedule, there are 6 back-to-back technical sessions, followed by the valedictory function. So, we don't have that luxury of having any flexibility or any cushion time to adjust if any session flows over to the next. So, the key to the success of today's program is to stick to the time strictly. So that's why there is a small amendment to the program schedule. If you look at the program schedule, there was contest setting, small session was there. We will be skipping that. And one more thing I would like to add here, that everybody knows about Mission Life. It is the pledge by Ministry of Environment at that lifestyle for environment. There cannot be a better place or better ambience and better gathering than this one to go for a pledge on Mission Life. I will request all of us, all of you, kindly stand up and have a pledge. The pledge is already displayed here. Okay, I will read it and will be repeating. So, few my colleagues can come to the dais and we will start the pledge. I will read out one sentence, then kindly repeat it, and the second sentence, and then we will get into the formal program. All are ready? Thank you. I can stretch our hands. I pledge to make all possible changes in my daily life to protect the environment. I also commit to continuously motivate my family, friends, and others about the importance of environment-friendly habits. Thank you all. So, as I already indicated you, the sessions are to be strictly followed in accordance with the time schedule. Now, I call upon Shulagna to take over.
Thank you very much, Shri Prushti and the host team. Befitting way to start a significant day like this. May this pledge, this vow, remind us all of our responsibility towards our planet to keep it clean and green. Can we have a round of applause? And after that pledge, the theme for the first session of the day looks more befitting, more relevant, because we are talking about safety. As you all know, safety first, safety always have been the mantra for this industry. But when your safety is aimed towards green sustainability, that becomes a bigger task, that becomes a bigger responsibility. That's exactly what we are going to discuss in the first session. Safety management system in metal industries towards green sustainability. And we have befitting chairperson and speakers for this session. Our chairperson for this session is Shri Santha Gopalan, IAS, Commissioner cum Secretary, Labour and Employees, State Insurance Department, Government of Odisha. He has been the former Deputy Director General of UIDAI, Speakers for this session, Shri Atanu Bhaumik, Director in Charge, Rourkela Steel Plant, has a BTech degree in Metallurgy from NIT Rourkela, additional charge as DIC of Bokaro Steel Plant, and has 28 years of experience in Blast Furnace Department. Our next speaker, Shri Kailash Chandra Pandey, President Hindalco Industries Limited, got an MBA degree and BA from Vinoba Bhave University, cross-functional experience of nearly 3 decades across different verticals within Hindalco. Our next speaker, Shri Ernesto Matela Jr., Director, Health Safety, Vedanta Aluminium Limited. He has more than 15 years of experience in safety and security management across mining and cement industry, has a civil engineering from University of Visayas. And our last speaker for this session, Dr. Malya Pradhan, Deputy Director, Directorate of Factory and Boilers. He has 23 years of experience in safety, health, and environment of boiler plants, has a PhD degree in safety, health, and management from Sambalpur University, ME in UCE Burla. May I request the chairperson and the speakers to please do the honor of joining us on stage, and can we have a round of applause for them, please? And at this family, we take our traditions, our protocols very seriously. So may I request the host team to please do the honor of presenting a bouquet of fresh flowers to the esteemed chairperson and all speakers of the session. Welcome you on stage, gentlemen. What an honor to start the second day of this conference with a session so special, so significant. We acknowledge the presence of the esteemed chairperson and the speakers on dais. Host team doing the honor of presenting bouquets and giving a floral welcome to the esteemed chairperson and all speakers. And in this session, we will be talking about safety management system in metal industries towards green sustainability. Thank you, host team, for doing the honors. And may I request the chairperson to please take this session forward. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning. The first news is that we are going to stick to the time. I have been given the unenviable task of keeping everybody to do everything within the time. Since we are already late by about 10-15 minutes, I have to practically rush you through this, and I am very sorry about that. Second, this is about safety. As someone dealing with safety in my department for the past more than about 1 year, I have only 2 observations to make. All accidents, in my view, are only due to 2 things. That is due to somebody in the top management trying to save a few rupees, or somebody on the floor trying to save a few minutes. This is the root cause of all the accidents. And therefore, unless the management, top management is aware and top management is dedicated to prevent accidents, that value would not percolate down to the ground, down to the floor. Therefore, I request all the top management people to get themselves into orientation of preventing accidents. And I am very glad that when it comes to heavy industries, the accident rates are very, very low, extremely low. And there are many big industries which have not seen a fatal accidents in many years. And that's a very, very happy news. However, accidents happen in unexpected places. The number of accidents on the floor are very, very less, as I said. But then when they do happen, they take quite a bit of casualty, and which is very sad for us. And therefore, while all attention is being paid to prevent accidents in MAH factories in sensitive areas, accidents are happening in non-sensitive areas. And that is one thing I would like to bring to your attention, that please pay equal attention to non-sensitive areas, non-sensitive zones also. That is number 1. And second, about since the topic is about green, well, I consider that a pollutant is a raw material at the wrong place. A pollutant is a raw material at the wrong place. It may take some extra money to use it as a raw material, but then it is certainly worth spending that extra money to make that, to put it to a better use. That we are all aware of the fly ash and the problems that it used to cause, and now we are all aware that how fly ash is a raw material. Now it is actually profitable to remove fly ash. All because of the collective and concerted efforts of not just industries, but also government and consumers. Similar awareness should be brought in all other industries. And the concept of social costs of an industry should be slowly evaluated. It is not enough that an industry is making profit in the short run. The environmental damages that an industry may cause may last for more than a century, more than a few centuries. So whenever we are estimating the cost, we must take into the environmental consequences of that industry also. Slowly that awareness is coming, slowly we will make it mainstream. So with these few words, let me open the session and I invite the speakers. My request once again is to curtail themselves within the time. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Atanu Baunik. Sri Baumik is Director in Charge, Rourkela Steel Plant. Welcome.
A very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow delegates. It's really a proud privilege for me to be here to have the opportunity to speak on this burning topic of sustainability, and that too, safety management systems in the metal industries towards green sustainability. So it's linking safety and sustainability. By safety, what we mean is accidents, injuries. These are all things that immediately comes to mind when we speak of safety. But when we talk of green sustainability, it's the environment, about pollution, about emissions and all that. So this is a unique topic of linking the two, safety management systems to green sustainability. So how do we do that? So in the recent times, the concept of sustainability, as we all know, has become very significant, and there is an urgent need to protect the environment from the detrimental effect of human activities so that we can hand over a greener planet to the future generations. So as responsible leaders in the metal industry, it is our duty to incorporate sustainable practices into our operations and embrace green technologies. And here I want to emphasize that safety management systems put to use in a proper way can achieve green sustainability in our metal industries. In the recent years, the metal industry has been under scrutiny because, as we all know, that wherever we have extractive metallurgy, there has always been contamination of air, water, and depletion of resources. So this we can ill afford to. Nor can we pollute the air and water, and nor do we have the abundance of raw materials that we can use and waste at will. So we have to conserve as well, other than protecting the environment. So to address this challenge, safety management systems have been designed to provide structured approach to managing safety and minimizing risks. Well, different organizations adopt different safety management system, but the aim of all of them are the same. It's minimizing harm to both people and planet, and at the same time, maximizing profit. So any organization that has to be sustainable has to operate on the principle of these 3 Ps, that is, people, planet, and profit. And when we think of safety, the safety management system, the immediate focus in our minds is protection of our employees. So that is what is at the heart of the management as to how to protect the workers. But it's not only physical injury, but also to ensure that they work in a proper environment. So the environmental factors will also have to be taken care of when we think of safety. Green sustainability refers to the promotion of practices that minimize environmental impact, conserve resources, and reduce waste generations. And it is the responsibility of every industry, including the metal industry, to use sustainable methods in order that they can sustain and grow in a proper way. The first and foremost, in the safety management system, it helps us identify potential hazards and risks within our operations. And by utilizing rigorous risk assessment techniques, we can evaluate the environmental impacts of our processes and make informed decisions about how to mitigate and manage these risks. Moreover, the safety management systems foster a culture of continuous improvement through regular monitoring and assessment of our operations, and we can identify areas where we can optimize our processes and minimize waste generation, and at the same time, utilize resources effectively. Here it is important that there has to be participation of people. So any such policies that we adopt will have to have the participation of people, the employees, and this inclusivity will only foster a sense of ownership and responsibility towards sustainability. Additionally, the safety management system helps in maintaining compliance with the environmental regulations and standards. And as responsible corporate citizens, it is our duty to adhere to these norms, not only to avoid litigations and penalties, but the ultimate aim of protecting the environment. By incorporating the regulations in our safety management system, we will be able to ensure that our processes are aligned to the principles of green sustainability. There are several management systems available, and we at Rourkela Steel Plant had OSAS 18001, which is a system by implementing we can effectively manage the hazards, reduce accidents, promote a culture of safety within the organization. Moreover, OSAS 18001 can greatly contribute to green sustainability in the metal industry by systematically identifying and controlling risks and prevent accidents in due course. The trend is now shifting to ISO 45001 and the process safety management. The ISO 45001 provides a framework of managing occupational health and safety by focusing on prevention of workplace injuries and illness. It not only does identify the risks, but also work out means to mitigate the risks. So that is important for us. Similarly, we are also going in for process safety management, which is designed to prevent and minimize the consequences of catastrophic incidents associated with the use of chemicals and hazardous material. And the steel plant is all the hazards are always available. So we are shifting to process safety management as well. In addition to this, in the field of safety, we have gone in for a safety culture transformation program, and this project we have named Nishchay. This project Nishchay, and I'm the head of it, so the importance that we lay on safety is brought out by the fact that the head of the organization is the head of Project Nishchay. So this is only to drive home the fact that safety is of paramount importance in the organization, and if we want to make our business sustainable, it has to be safety, safety, and safety. And that is where sustenance will also come down the lane. So with the implementation of Project Nishchay, toolbox talks on a regular basis have become the order of the day, and these toolbox talks are practices where it ensures that safety protocols are consistently followed, reducing the risk of accidents and injuries. It allows the employees to be more alert and cautious while performing their duties. Another important thing that has emanated from Project Nishchay is the root cause analysis. So every incident that happens is investigated to the basic reason, so that not only do we arrive to the basic cause of the accident, we can take care so that it's not repeated. For this, we have intensive videography provisions made in the plant so that the accidents are captured, and then we can study and make feasible changes in our practices in order to avoid repetition of the same. And as the culture is changing, certain results are also visible. Near-miss reporting is one more thing that we encourage and award our people for, and the near-miss reporting has increased almost 5 times. In 22-23, it was 350 only, and in 23-24, it was 1733. And at the same time, the LTIFR has also reduced by 50% from 0.461 in 22-23 to 0.23 in 23-24. So with this Project Nishchay, we have also gone in for the contractor safety management system. This is to improve the quality of our contracts and prevent injury to the outsourced workmen. So for this, the first and foremost that we do is the pre-qualification of a contracted workmen, also the contractors, and it starts right from the hiring and contracting process. We also take care of pre-job safety planning so that we impart proper training not only to the workmen but also the contractors, and orient them to the requirement of the hazards and risks that are available in the plant, so that these people are well prepared and mentally and physically, so that the risks to these people can be minimized. And finally, it's monitoring and auditing and regular inspections and audits which are conducted to ensure that the safety protocols are strictly followed and the use of PPEs is 100%. And this is what has brought about the change of safety culture in Rolled-Class Steel Plant. The safety management systems in vogue play a crucial role in achieving green sustainability in the metal industry, and by proactively identifying the hazards, embracing continuous improvement, complying with regulations, and fostering transparency, we can significantly improve our effort in protecting the environment while ensuring that safety is the stepping stone or the cornerstone of the well-being of our employees. So on this occasion, I would urge everyone to embrace this vision and be an advocate of safety and green sustainability, and actively contribute towards the common goal of more sustainable metal industry. So together we can make a difference, and together we can create a greener and cleaner future for all of us. So thank you once again for your presence and commitment to this crucial cause. Let us work together towards safety and a more sustainable metal industry, because metal will always be there to stay and is the backbone of our civilization and development in the days ahead. So thank you all.
Thank you, Sri Bhaumik. That was a very concise and clear presentation. And now I request Sri Kailash Nath Pandey to deliver his address.
So good morning, all the delegates, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Can you start the presentation? So I have a small presentation, so I will take only 5 to 7 minutes of yours. Okay. कौन सा? ये आगे ये पीछे ना? Okay. Yeah, so good morning to all of you. And I will show you the basic practical things what we are following in Hindalco. So I will not show you any jargons. I will tell you what are the practical things we are following day in and day out in Hindalco. And I am proud to tell you that we are the world best in Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So Dow Jones is a sustainability index which is actually a monitoring of all the metals and mining companies. And from last 3 years consecutively, we are #1 in Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So what drives safety in Hindalco? So basically, if you see that for anything, any culture or any systems to implement, you need these 4 S. So first S is strategy, structure, systems, and skill. And what is our strategy in safety? So basically, we are not only following the people, asset, and processes, where we have the systems and processes, but we have a leadership commitment for the safety. And what is the meaning of leadership commitments? Means our leadership is involved day in and day out in making the safety culture and driving the safety culture. Yeah. So this is our top-down approach. Means safety is always a top-down approach. And if you see that, we have a safety vision, we have a roadmap, and based on that, we have a beautiful structure of safety up to the grassroots level, and we also have a review processes of safety. If I will go next, this is our goals. So every year we have a goal for safety, and that goal is for everyone. So means from managing director to each and every employee, we have the goal and provision for safety. Apart from that, if you see in the next slide, this is our safety structure. So if you want to implement culture, you need to have some structure also. So what is the meaning of structure? So we have a Apex Safety Board, which MD chairs. And apart from that, we have a unit safety board or cluster safety board. Then we have a safety department, which basically take care of the alignment of everything. And we have few committees like Standard Implementation Committee, Safety Audit Committee, Incident Investigation Committee, Behavior with Safety Committee, Safety Training Subcommittee, and Contractor Safety Management Subcommittee. So the beautiful part is that how we are implementing the committees and how we are taking these committees up to the grassroots. So these are the task forces we have. So what we believe that in any industry or anywhere, these 12 things are extremely important. So what are these 12 things? Road safety, electrical safety, confined space safety, work height, molten metal, hot work, chemical safety, internal material handling, PTW, machine guarding, structural safety, gas task force, and off-the-job safety. So these are the important things, and we have the subject matter expert and grassroots level task forces whose job is to prepare a roadmap based on their environment, based on their unit, and they are working. They are not only preparing the roadmap, they are also deploying that roadmap. And wherever there is a gap, we have a review mechanism so that to ensure that the mitigation of gaps. I'm giving you few of the examples because I have a limited time. So I'm giving you the example of behavior-based system. So what is behavior-based system? So if any person is going to the shop floor and if he is seeing any wrong behavior, so he is following that six-step process. So what is six-step process? First, he is observing the people working on the shop floor. Then he is not sharing immediately what the person is doing wrong. First, he is acknowledging the behavior, positive behavior. Then he also discuss with that person about the unsafe behavior, whatever he is doing or she is doing. And then he is getting the agreement, and then they are understanding each other, and the person is understood that what he is making wrong, and he is also getting the agreement that yes, in the future he or she will not do such type of activity. So this is our behavior-based safety model, and which is working very well. We have improved many of our behaviors, many of shop floor issues because of this behavior-based safety. Then we have one unique thing, that corporate cross-entity safety audit, where one of our business head will go to the other plant, other business, and do the safety audit. So which is unique because my managing director, my CHRO, all the business heads, they are going to the different businesses and they are staying for 4 and 5 days and doing the audits. And which is giving us at least one thing, that people are now understood that safety is the topmost priority for Hindalco, and safety is one of the values of Hindalco. Few of the initiatives I want to discuss, that we have for the road safety, we are trying the fatigue sensors. So in every, our MTV, ATV, the metal tapping vehicle, anode changing vehicle, and forklifts, we have this fatigue management system. And based on these fatigue management system, we are getting the signals. This is the example. I don't know, I can run the video. So if the driver is seeing somewhere else, he is getting the prompt from the system that you are seeing somewhere else, see straight. And that prompt means the driver will get automatically. So that sensor is basically tracking the driver eyes, and based on this, he is getting the prompt. Now see this system. This is also a unique system where if you cross the zebra crossing, that system will also prompt you that you have crossed the system, now you go back. I'm not able to play my videos, but this system is also working very well. Then the next part is that we had one accident because of this tripling of that truck. And we are handling lots of coal through these trucks. So what we are now doing, that we have implemented a tilting sensor. So the job of tilting sensor is that when there is a deviation and the tilting sensor has sensed the 6-degree or above deviation, then automatically it gives signals to the engine to stop the truck. So it is also, means we are in the testing phase, and it is also working very well. The next is that this is also a sensor which we are using in our forklifts. And in this sensor, the sensor is giving if the person is 5-meter distance from that forklift, the screen is green. Then the 3-meter distance, the screen is yellow, and within the 3 meter, the sensor will say the driver to stop the forklift. So that is also working very well. So these things are working very well. Apart from that, recently we have implemented this automated journey risk management. This is an excellent tool what we are doing in every car and every vehicle which we are using for our employees also and for our guests also, to drop or pick up from Raipur, Bhubaneswar or anywhere else. We have used this and we have an app. We are putting that app in the driver's mobile. So means you need only the app, nothing else. And based on that, because every mobile has a GPS, based on that, the app or the application will track the driver behavior, the driver profile, and also wherever he or she violated in the route, the entire route. You will get each and everything in a dashboard, and that dashboard is accessible to our security person, our administration person, and they are training and they are warning the drivers based on these data. And this is working very well in our Hindalco. The other thing which we are experimenting and which we are doing that everywhere we have a CCTV camera. So in my one plant, you take the example that we have more than 300 CCTV camera. But it's difficult for a person or a person to monitor that where people are doing the wrong behavior. So we have trained, we have used AI. So what AI model is doing, wherever people are not following the basic safety, basic PPE, and basic behavior, based on that training, the AI is giving the signals that yes, this person is not following the safety. And not only that, he is automatically giving the SMS to that person and his manager or her manager. So this is also doing very well. We are extensively using the drones. So we are using drones not for only height to work, but we are using drones for confined space also. And these drones are working really very well. Means you will not believe that we have a 120 meters height chimney. And it's difficult for you to see and to monitor that chimney, monitor the structure and monitor the other things, other parameter of that chimney. But you can do it through drones. And we have a software, we have drones dedicated for confined space and height to work. They are doing their job and doing extremely well. We are getting the advantage out of it. The next thing what we are doing, this is the video of confined space. The same thing that drone is giving the details of where is the gap, where we need to take the precautions. This is also a unique thing what we are doing. We in Hindalco, in our all the plants across India and abroad, we are using tab for permit. So any PTW, permit to work, the people are signing that permit to work, not sitting in the office on the shop floor. Because many a times we face this challenge that people sitting on the office, they sign the permit to work and they miss the hazards associated with that work. Because they are not visiting the shop floor and there is a problem. So what we now came out with the tabs, and now not only the permit applier, the permit approver also will go to the shop floor and then only he can issue the permit. Apart from that, there is one unique thing in this permit to work tab, that all the hazards, means the low-to-toe, electrical hazards, hydraulic hazard, mechanical hazard, everything he can see. Whenever he want to see anything, he can see each and every hazards. And apart from that, there is a HERA inbuilt, there is a JSA inbuilt of that job. So he can see, he can monitor, and then he can start the work and give the permit. Then we are doing lots in capability building also. We have simulators, so we are giving the trainings through simulators. We have a gate safety meetings. We had a leaders meeting also. And these things are helping us a lot. We are doing Nukkad Nataks also, and these Nukkad Nataks is really very emotional Nukkad Nataks, and it reached up to the contract workman and giving us lots of advantages. These are the few glimpses. One unique thing also I want to tell, that we are not only doing safety in the shop floor or in the plants, we are doing safety off the jobs also. So we have off the job safety committees by our spouses, and they are making the awareness sessions also, not only in our township, across our villages also, where we are giving the different types of training to the people related to safety and fire. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sri Pandey. That was dot on time. May I request to Sri Ernesto Matela Jr. to deliver his address?
Good morning to everybody, to my distinguished panelists over my left, and to everyone, all delegates that have come over. Thank you for this opportunity for having this event and being invited over to this National Green Metal Conference. I was invited to be a panelist, and something that we would like to discuss regarding Vedanta Limited, Jharsuguda. Vedanta Limited is aluminum producing company which produces around 2 million tons of aluminum per year. So it has a vast challenge when it comes to safety. We are dealing with actually around 15 to 17,000 people on a daily basis. That includes 3,000 employees, regular employees, around 9,000 business partners or contractors, and around 4,000 drivers coming into our sites. Our site is so big, so massive. Its perimeter is about 70 kilometers if you measure them. And that's how massive, and the numbers are very staggering. So when it comes to safety, it's a very, very enormous task. So we are always asking, how do we, what's the framework of safety that you are introducing in Vedanta? Now let's start with the basics. The basics come from the framework of ISO 45001, which I think all of us here are adhering to, every company. And let's be reminded that this pattern also requires, number one, the policy. The policy which also requires that the company and the management should be committed. So when it comes to Vedanta, our leadership is very committed to implement all of these safety practices, safety systems that would impact the production as well as engagement with people and going on with the profits. So leadership commitment, workers' participation. Of course, we engage our workers in participating of the safety through our daily activities on TBTs and toolbox talks. And we have hazard identification and risk assessment. This we do through our permit to work system. We all know that whenever there is a interface between our materials as well as our equipment and our products, there's always these hazards that are being produced. So we identify these hazards and these risk activities. And then we, at Vedanta, we do this by our permit to work system, which is a trigger in how to come up with the controls. Also, we are adhering to legal requirements. That's one of the more important matters. Legal requirements, statutory requirements. We would like to thank the government also for coming over and to our plant sites and prompting us, reminding us of the fulfillment of all of these legal statutory requirements. And of course, we have an emergency response, which is very important. Our emergency response is very, very comprehensive. In Vedanta, we have a complete team of emergency responders as well as firefighting equipment and firefighters. We have 3 units of firefighting fire stations, rather. We have 8 units of fire trucks and a total of 124 firefighters. For emergency responses and rescuers, we have a dedicated rescue 24/7. So whenever we have activities that are hazardous, so if they're working at heights, we always have somebody watching over them just in case something happens. And we need to also root cause analysis. We have incident investigations, and we need to have also the continual improvement in order to see to it that all of the systems are being sustained. So the better question is, how do you sustain all of these safety systems in your area? So with that, we have made a journey we called Sankalp. No? Sankalp is a journey which we partner with the DuPont. It's basically making a culture from a reactive and a dependent type of culture to a dependent, independent, and interdependent type of culture. You know, people react when you tell them something. They follow. Okay, that's the reactive part. The dependent part is when you tell people to do this and to do that, they follow because they're dependent on your instructions. Otherwise, they will just do their own thing. Now, crossing from this phase, which is dependent to an interdependent type, or rather dependent to an independent type, that's a very hard bridge to cross. So this is where we are focusing our efforts. And we do this by, number one, commitment of the leadership and example. Okay? We have our own leadership by example by doing VFL, that is visible felt leadership. Visible felt leadership requires that all managers, senior managers, go to the field. We have a schedule made to them on a monthly basis. They go to the field and they interact with the workers. They interact with the business partners. They make themselves visible just to create awareness that the management is really concerned with safety. Aside from that, we have critical risk management. Critical risk management focuses on every risk that we have on our site. And for Vedanta, we have identified always that molten metal is a very big risk. But to our surprise, also vehicle driving and traffic is also a massive risk that we have been tackling for years on, and that we have spent a lot. All the other risks that I have mentioned, we have we also have risk related to fire safety, excavation, machine guarding, molten metal, of course, working at heights, isolation and lockout, electrical safety, confined space, vehicle driving, and rail safety, as well as crane safety. So the question is asked, how do you measure all of these systems that you have implemented? How do we measure this? So beyond the logging indicators, of course, it is the leading indicators that we find these trends and analysis. So everything is given a score. Whatever system that you have on site as you have implemented, there is always a score that you have to give so that you will know the healthiness of that system. And by the way, that scoring system is also made digital. Before we do it conventional, say for example, our business partner scoring system, we used to do it in conventional, now we do it digital so that everybody could see the scores before they are being approved. And that sustaining our safety initiatives, it's always a challenge. So we have the Vedanta Sustainability Assurance Program. This program is an element of ISO 45000, which is measured through a scorecard and third-party audits and internal audits. Now, these safety systems that we have established, we measure the systems such as compliance, okay? How are we complying with legal requirements? Leadership. So you mean to say leadership, our leaders are made to make transparent their actions on a daily basis, and there is a record to follow how have they been doing in terms of safety. So that means VFL, how many VFLs that they have done on site, how many citations they have done on site, how many meetings have they participated to that effect, how many unsafe and unsafe conditions that they have closed in their respective departments. So that gives us a score on the healthiness of their leadership. Objectives and targets, of course, we have that. We have always to maintain that this is our objective, zero harm, okay, zero injuries, LTIFR, so on and so forth. Assessment and continual improvement is something that is done on site to see whether internally we are improving or not. And of course, we have a big work coming off with our business partners, and we called it Suppliers and Contractors Management, BS, Business Partners Safety Management System. One of the challenges in safety in Vedanta is having so many business partners. So in order to achieve that, to manage that, we do pre-qualification of these business partners. We pre-qualify them. We ask them for their safety systems. We ask them for their MIPs, how they're going to sustain these safety systems, which is aligned in our safety systems as well. And then after that, on a weekly basis, there is a review for these business partners of how they are performing. And then we report this, what is the trend, which business partners is performing very well, which business partners is not performing very well, and then we give them a score. And then this is even a link to the pay, link to the POs that they have with us. So if ever they fail on a certain criteria, some deductions from their monetary deductions are being made to them. Of course, occupational health and safety is very important. So in Vedanta's, Jasuguda especially, we have 3 clinics, and one clinic is more like a hospital, which is complete with all of these facilities to address and to respond to any emergencies that are happening on site. We have, they are complemented with doctors and nurses 24/7, ambulances, etc. And it's also important that we track the management, anything that is being changed on site by our management change. And incident investigation is very important also for root cause analysis. Now, also this is being scored. Now we are required that any incident that happens on site needs to be reported, and the incident investigation needs to be closed within 7 days. And then all those who are responsible for this investigation should do it in a timely manner. And of course, we are asked, what are the innovations that you have in Vedanta? Digitalization is one part. When it comes to training, we have what is called the AR/VR, or the virtual reality training. Now, this virtual reality training by itself, you will require our workers to undergo this type of training. They will wear something, and they will simulate. And what are these simulations? Number one is working at heights. You will be simulated to be working at heights. And I tell you, to the experience.
2 more minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes. We have AR/VR. We also have our monitoring through our cameras, which is very important. All our MCCs are fitted with cameras. And then we have the reporting part, which is all digitalized, as well as example of this is the detective technology, or TPOS technology, wherein you are able to detect violations on site and you're able to respond to all of this. So training facilities is also very important. And we have always, since there are 4,000 trucks that are coming on site, we have a dedicated training facility, or we call it a DMC, where all our drivers are being trained before they are allowed to come on site. Their trucks and vehicles are being inspected on site. And all of this as part of the systems that we are imparting in Vedanta. So I hope that we're able to give you a short glimpse of what our company Vedanta has limited. By the way, we were also awarded rank number 1 in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 2023. And with that, I close with this message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Malaya Pradhan to deliver his address, and I request him to be brief. 10 minutes?
Sir.
Thank you.
So, good morning, everybody. Let me repeat again. Good morning, everybody. So, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, after listening from the stalwarts, let me come back to basic, because I don't want to speak much. Theory is already done. My presentation, please. So, just to start, before it is coming, I am asking 3 simple questions. Number 1, safety first. How do you react to it? Whether you agree or not agree? Agree. Second question. We don't allow anybody inside our factory without shoes and helmets. This is a very good safety slogan given by the lot of industries. Do you agree to this? Vision 0. Vision 0, this one. Then third question. Suppose a person is working at a height of 100 meters. He fell down. What will happen? So, from the questions, response, etc., it is well understood that there was the requirement of the seminar. When I was an engineering graduate, engineering student in the year 1986, I had gone to Raulkela steel plant and I saw in the slogans, safety first. So I was impressed. But now, there are a lot of amendments have come to safety first. The first amendment came, safety first, production must. Because people thought, nahi, oh, ठीक है, because 10 minutes, it will take another 2 minutes to find out my slide. So then there was little amendment. They say safety first, but production must. So people become happy, at least we are for business, and safety also will take care. But afterward, it came safe production. So people become happy that whatever we will produce safely. Still there are amendments. They say it is not only the safe production, it is safe and healthy production. Today, a new amendment has come. It is a safe and sustainable production. So what does it really mean, sustainable? Before that, I am answering that why safety first is not okay. Because we want to improve. That if we say safety first, it is just a slogan. Because industries are put up here for business, for production. Number two, we don't allow anybody inside our factory without shoes and helmets. It appears to be a very decent and safe slogan, but to me, I can tell you on the other way around, that the industry is not taking the guarantee of your head when you are inside the factory. I repeat again, if you say, the industry says, that I don't allow anybody inside my factory without shoes and helmets, it means industry is not taking the guarantee of my head once I am inside their factory. Do you think they are safe? I hope something came into the mind of people. We are in the conference hall. Nobody is wearing a helmet. Why? Because we don't feel any threat to my head. Then what for we will have the threat of my head inside the factory? So that is the second point we should think of. Because we are discussing on a sustainable safety or sustainable production. The third thing, a person is working at a height of 100 meters, he fell down. Now there was a comment that either he will die or he will meet with some injury. But my point is, we in the industry don't allow anybody to work at height without full body harness. If so, even if the person will fall, he will be hanging on the fixed support with the harness. And a person will meet with an accident when he will fall on the ground or he will hit with a structure. If adequate safety precautions are there in place, then definitely there will be absolutely no problem. Now the point comes, what is height work? In course of my 33 years in the department, many people say that above 1.8 meter is height work. But I say no. If so, if a person is sleeping on the 20th floor of his room in an apartment, he is above the ground, more than 2 meters. Is he wearing a full body harness? Down. And the person is working 2 meters below the ground. You have told above 2 meters is height work. Now I have gone below 2 meters. But still, there is a chance of fall. So the new definition that from the Directorate of Factories and Boilers from Government of Orissa, we want to transmit and transfer to the industrial houses is that any place where there is a chance of fall below 2 meters is a height work. And for that, lot of gadgets, etc. are not required, only 3 things. You have to convert your height work into a no height work. A person sleeping on the 20th floor is no height work because there is no chance of fall below that. But the same person, while making a painting on the wall on the outside of the flat, so it is a height work because there is a chance of fall. So the point is, the first step in safety, it comes like this. The one is you have to either eliminate or suppress the hazard at source. So height work, where there is a chance of fall, if you can restrict it by giving a suitable case, you can see in the electric poles now there are lifters with a bucket or with a case, the people are going to the top and they are replacing the balls. So the chance of fall is arrested. Nothing more they have done. No engineering is there. Only a very simple mechanism that convert a height work into a no height work, but providing a suitable cage with support where the chance of fall is arrested. That's all. So that is a simple business to be done. If you fail to do that, if the management fails to provide a place or a workplace from where the chance of fall cannot be restricted, then they have to make an arrangement so that the person will not fall on the ground. You can give them a cage, just in the circus. A person is jumping from the height, but he is not falling on the ground, he is safe. So that is the second degree of safety that the management can take place. Now the question is third, if it is also not possible to provide a safety net below the height work, then what exactly you will do? You have to make the spot where he will fall free from obstructions, free from foreign materials, with little cushion like sand or some other thing, where because of the impact, whatever the load it is coming, if you just increase the time of the impact, then definitely the net force will be reduced and the impact will be less and the fatality can be converted into a serious accident. Serious accident can be converted into a minor accident and people will love to fall on the ground. So what I want to tell you is, engineering, all right. We are having more than 5,000 registered factories in the state of Odisha. Coming to these big factories, it will be within 100. So we are discussing where Kailash Pandeyji, he spoke very beautiful things. The use of technology in safety, wonderful things. They have done it in practice. But from the Directorate of Factories or from Government of Odisha, we are not only concerned for the big industrial houses, we are equally concerned for the micro level organizations where even the owner, he doesn't know. Even the people, they don't have the safety professionals to do it. So very basic and common things that must come into picture.
Dr. Pradhan, 2 more minutes. You can continue after that, but we'll all leave for tea.
Sir, sure, sir. Sir, I am not going to my slides. I will only show only one slide. So that is some statistics. Then I will conclude. So if you come to the steel sectors, particularly in Odisha, there was a time 20 years back when there were only 4 steel plants, or 4, you can say, iron and steel industries, which has now become more than 120. So there is a massive growth of the iron and steel industries in the state of Odisha. But with that, we also find there is also not less in the accidents. So since after joining by our Commissioner cum Secretary sir, the one thing he emphasized is training. You have to give training to the people. Now, it also came to my mind because the very important thing our Commissioner cum Secretary says, you should start thinking in a reverse. So, sir, we have also started thinking in a reverse that do you really require training? That is my first question. Second, if we really require training, why don't you get or procure only the trained people to your industry? Why you will get some untrained people and give them education? Then the next question comes, that if you look into the statistics in the state of Odisha, you will find only 20% people are now, as per the provisions are there, they are only the regular employee under the direct payroll of the company, other 80 are contract laborers. Now I wanted to know that what is the definition of a contract labor. Very simple to my friends that anybody engaged through a contractor is a contract labor. But we have defined from the Directorate of Factories a new definition of contract labor. The person with less knowledge, with less salary and less privilege is a contract labor. And what the management does here is, management gives them training. When we ask that how do you deploy a contract labor inside your factory, the answer is very simple and clear, that we don't allow anybody inside our factory without training. Now the question is how many hours or how many days, maybe few hours or 1 day, or in many good industry maybe 1 week. Now you think of a person, contract labor, He read in engineering or in ITI or in school or in college, read for complete 1 year, appeared in the exam and failed, became a contract labor. Now management made him pass, giving 1 hour training. You think of how safety will be achieved. We are thinking vision zero with zero vision in mind. So the point is, why don't we get good people who have at least passed in the exam? If you look into the statistics, almost 90% of the fatalities are restricted to contract labors. The reason is very simple. Why? Now all hazardous work, where the normal people, the engineers, they will not enter, only the contract laborers are allowed to go. And the contract labor, they go because they don't know what hazard is. The day they will know what is hazard, then they will not enter inside the confined space. So, this is the concept, and we are trying to train the people. So, how beautifully we will train so that they will not understand what will happen when they will go inside the confined space. That is how the system and reality is. We have to change the system, then only we can progress. Thank you, sir. I am in time.
That brings us to the end of the session, and let's break for tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed chairperson and speakers. May I request Sri Abanikanta Nayak, esteemed Deputy Director, Directorate of Factories and Boilers, to please join us on stage and present tokens of gratitude to the chairperson and the speakers. And thank you, gentlemen, for the thoroughly insightful session. Safety, about greenery around, about green practices is something very unique, and the way all the panelists and the chairperson shared their perspective, that is absolutely captivating. We cannot thank the gentlemen enough for such an insightful session. Can we have a round of applause for the success of the session that speaks about how successful and enlightening the day forward is going to be. We are presenting traditional Angavastra and a token of gratitude to each one of them. Thank you very much, esteemed chairperson, for wonderfully chairing the session and adding your experience and expertise. Thank you, speakers. Your addresses will remind us all of the importance of green sustainability. Different organizations, different expertise, but the best practices, their knowledge about the trade and the concern for environment makes all the speakers absolutely one of their kind. Thank you so much, gentlemen. What an absolutely insightful session that was. Thank you, Sri Nayak, for doing the honors. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, we wind up the first technical session. We are off for a short tea break, post which we'll be starting the next session. So grab your tea and coffee, enjoy the tea break, and come back to your seats in 15 minutes. Thank you. Dear delegates and guests, please finish your tea and coffee and come back to your seats. We are starting the next session in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Keep your mobile phones in silent mode. We're starting the next technical session for the day. And let's begin with the idea that change comes when one initiative leads to another. You just need to be consistent in your efforts, in your intentions. And keeping that in mind, the theme for the next technical session is sustainability and climate change initiatives in metal mining sector. So it's time we learn from each other's best practices, initiatives, and bring in a bigger change than expected. And we have befitting speakers and chairperson for this session. The chairperson for this session is Professor Brahmadev, MGM Chair Professor, IIT Bhubaneswar. He has more than 44 years of teaching experience in institutes like IIT Kanpur and Imperial College of Science and Technology, London. On-hands contribution and consultancy given in SAIL and Central Research and Development Organization. Our speakers for this session, Dr. Ram Babu Paravastu, Chief Sustainability Officer, Green Co. He has a PhD degree from IIT Bombay, MSc Nuclear Physics from Andhra University, more than 45 years of experience under climate change and sustainability at various capacities, including advisor for many large companies and consulting firms. He was also head of Department School of Futurist Studies in Indore University. Our next speaker, Madam Vaishali Suravar, Chief Sustainability Officer, Hindalco. She has extensive experience in sustainability, won the 2023 IMEA Award for Sustainability Transformation Champion of the Year. And the last speaker for this session, Shri Arup Tripathi, Associate Director, Water and Circular Economy, PwC India. Has more than 15 years of experience as an environmental management and strategy consultant. He has MSc degree in ecological science from Purdue University, Canada, and PGP PPM from IIM Bangalore and BTech from VIT. May I request the esteemed chairperson and speakers to please join us on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the session that is about to be very, very informative. Can we have the chairperson and speakers on stage, please? The host team feels absolutely delighted to have such esteemed dignitaries for this session when we talk about sustainability and climate change initiatives in metal mining sector. May I request the host team to please join us on stage, present bouquets to the chairperson and speakers. It's been a tradition to special since yesterday, giving a floral welcome to all dignitaries. Welcome, gentlemen, lady. We welcome the dignitaries on stage. The chairperson is arriving in a short while, so may I request Dr. Ram Babu Paravastu to please take the session forward. Sir.
Good morning. Myself, Ram Babu from Greenco. I have been introduced already. I don't want to spend time on that. And as you all know, the session chairman is expected to join in some time. Okay, but the session is constituted as presentations and possibly the questions from all of you post those presentations. So I do not have any presentation or slide presentation to show, but I will take you through what I want to say regarding the sustainability initiatives in metals and mining sector that we all know. No slides, no slides, no slides. Okay. I won't be going through mining sector as much as the metal sector. So in the metal sectors, even within sustainability initiatives, I would like to restrict myself to a very immediate challenge of decarbonization with a complete understanding that the decarbonization is a very small part of overall pursuit of sustainable development goals. It's very clear, but the decarbonization seems to be more urgent. And during the process of decarbonization, there seemed to be an effort not to harm, in fact, enhance the pursuit of any other sustainable development goal. Hence, each and every decarbonization step that we are going to discuss here, okay, is also helping the overall sustainable development goals. And at the minimum, it is not harming the achievement of any other sustainable development goal. And there has been a significant amount of conversation in the previous sessions on metal sector, both steel and aluminum. I think that has been the focus. But even other metals in the non-ferrous areas, I think there is a significant focus today on decarbonizing the metals. Okay? There are two driving factors besides the larger driving factors like global warming and I need to restrict the global warming, hence I need to GHG mitigate, etc., etc. There was a Kyoto Protocol. There is today a Paris Climate Agreement. Then in conforming to Paris Climate Agreement, India has its own NDCs and all that. But I want to come to driving factors which are absolutely practical. One short-term driving factor that would be impacting all of you is the kind of CBAM, cross-border carbon border adjustment tax, that the European Union is trying to put on the exports to European Union, and similar such practices will already be followed by many others. It is US is already considering, UK is considering, etc., etc. So to protect their own industries in their own countries, it will be extremely important for all of them to tax any products that come to their geographies based on their carbon intensity. That is going to happen. So given that that is going to happen, an immediate concern to all of you, you would be knowing CBAM, January 31st was the last date for product carbon intensity disclosures, and which has to be done each quarter. The first quarter ended on January 31st, by which you were to report your last quarter ending December last year, the carbon intensity of your products that are being exported to European Union. At present, in the next 2 years, there is not going to be any penalty or any taxing on you, but starting from 2026 January, okay, you will have your importer, not you. Your importer will have to pay certain taxes based on the imports, okay, that the carbon intensity of the imports which you exported to him. So it's a sort of a thing on the importer located in those countries, but naturally the importer would expect exporter, okay, to export those products. If he has to pay any taxes based on your carbon intensity, that he will load on to you when he is procuring products from you. Otherwise, he will not procure those products from you. So the CBAM is something that is going to drive, sort of put you in a place where you have to, you will have to reduce the carbon intensity of the products that you are manufacturing, metals that you are manufacturing. Number one. Number two, that is an important driver. The CBAM driver is a short-term driver, okay, short and medium-term driver. That it is almost telling you within the manufacturing facilities that you have, maybe you will change certain processes, maybe you will do a little bit better energy efficiency, maybe you will draw more renewable power than the grid electricity or your captive power, or you yourself make your captive. For example, if you have a blast furnace, maybe instead of coal, you will use some places certain biomass or any other biogenic products, or a little bit of hydrogen you will pump into it, etc., etc. These are the small and medium-term measures, okay, that are okay to address the CBAM. But there is another large opportunity that is there for the metal sector, is that there is another large opportunity to the metal sector that is waiting, is the kind of demand. See, in COP26 in Glasgow, for the first time, they formed something called a First Movers Club. Most of the world's largest enterprises were members of the First Movers Club. The target of that First Movers Club is to drive the demand for net zero commodities, net zero products and services. It is not emission reduction any longer. For the First Movers Club is driving the net zero commodities demand. Hence, what is happening is that a Volkswagen or a General Motors or some such auto manufacturer, okay, has promised by 2026 the metals, whether it could be steel or it could be aluminum, that they will use 10% of that will be net zero. Amazon has committed that 10% of its all kinds of transportation, surface transport, marine transport, and the aviation transport will be by net zero means. Similarly, Maersk has committed that 10% of their marine ships that they move will be by net zero fuel. So imagine 10% of the auto sector's metal demand coming from net zero metals. It's a huge net zero metals, green steel demand or green aluminum demand, okay, that is there for you. So question is that whether India will be able to address and meet that 10% demand, or somebody else will come forward and meet that early 10% demand, and this 10% demand is promised by 2026. But 2027, 2028, 2029, 30, this 10% may be able to jump to 20%. So it's very, very important for almost all the metal manufacturers to start looking at options of actually achieving net zero. And that net zero can be achieved for some of them, more for aluminum, possibly, by electrifying. I call it electrifying. That means most of the applications, as much as possible, electrify them and then re-electrify them. Re-electrify means once you have electrified, it is very easy to jump to renewable electricity. Today, you are very clear that we as Greenco, using the renewable electricity and the pumped hydro storage, are able to supply to metal manufacturers, hard to abate sector, both in aluminum. We have one customer in aluminum and one customer in steel, where we are able to supply electricity, renewable electricity, following demand, not renewable electricity when it is produced. Whenever you want renewable electricity, in the night you want renewable electricity, I will provide you. Following demand at a more flexibly than a gas-based power plant, at a price lesser than a new coal-based power plant in India, or at a price lesser than the captive power plant which you are using already. So this possibility is there. For example, if you are an aluminum manufacturer or a steel manufacturer, for a steel manufacturer, turning electricity into renewable will reduce his metals carbon intensity a little lesser than for an aluminum, because in aluminum you use much more electricity. Electricity component is much more. Now come to once you have electrified most of your applications and then re-electrified, we call it re-electrified them, so you have achieved significant amount of intensity reduction. And if you have an electric arc furnace, you have almost gone to net zero and zero carbon steel, which may be able to address. That is the reason why there is a significant rush for DRI and electric arc furnaces in the steel sector today to be able to address the 10% demand of the first movers club. Significant demand actually. India, if the plants that the India has, some of the major metal manufacturers have in India to provide, to supply or manufacture the net zero steel, will not even be able to meet 1% of the 10% that I am talking about. So it's a significantly large demand which we are not able to address, and there is an opportunity for each and everybody. So first opportunity I said is the electrify, then re-electrify. Then of course the third level opportunity is that, okay, if you are in a DRI kind of an environment, is there a possibility of using either hydrogen, that is also green hydrogen, or ammonia to actually do the reduction of the iron ore, okay, in the DRI process. This is another opportunity by which you can almost bring down the carbon intensity of the steel or that you are producing. I'm going to the aluminum to a lesser extent. Then come to the next level. So what is the next opportunity? Of course, the next opportunity is the circular economy. Once you have electrified, re-electrified, and started using the net zero fuels, because in the energy consumption, even in India, only 18% of the energy consumption is electricity. Remaining energy consumption is by fuels. That fuel alternatives have to be either hydrogen or ammonia, green ammonia, or it has to be ethanol, methanol. It has to be either biogenic, hydrogen and derivative fuels, or it has to be electric, hydrogen and the derivative fuels. So I think if these replacements are done, a significant amount of the work is over. And subsequent to that, you have to go for circular economy. And when I say electric arc furnace for a metal sector, already circular economic aspect is to a large extent taken care, because the EAF, electric arc furnace, already means certain amount of scrap coming back into the in the production process. So circular economy is another a large aspect, a very important aspect, okay, that can help you in producing the green steel or a net zero steel. Lastly, okay, all of you are aware that we need to address carbon capture, and there are varieties of options for carbon capture. And in carbon capture, one is the availability of the technology, and the cost of the carbon capture is going to be a huge challenge. Okay, but there are a number of attempts that are going on in India and outside for carbon capture. But more importantly, carbon capture and not only storage, but carbon capture and its utilization. And if it cannot be utilized, then go for storage. For example, today, your metal sector may not be very, very useful CO2. It is useful CO2 means if I want to produce methanol, there is a huge demand in Europe for methanol today, unmet demand, green methanol by Maersk, essentially for the marine transportation. There is a huge demand. But if I want to make methanol, I want to do a CO2 capture, but that CO2 capture has to be biogenic CO2. In metal industry, we do not really have biogenic CO2. Even if I don't have biogenic CO2, there are ways and means of capturing that CO2 to make methanol and turn that into net zero green methanol. But the challenge here is that what is the concentration of CO2 and what is the way that I can capture and turn that into methanol. In the metal sector, to me, looks like carbon capture and storage seems to be much more easier option to look at than the carbon capture utilization or storage. The utilization part seems to be a big challenge, and that is the reason why the cost of carbon capture and storage is more than what is economically practical or feasible. So another option that the metal sector has is that you produce significant amount of CO. CO is extremely useful to combine with electrically produced H2, that is the green H2, and CO, you have an excellent methanol coming out. When I have a CO2 and I do the H2, my H2 is lost. With one of the O, it keeps forming water. So I lose a lot of H2, green H2, which is very expensive. Whereas if I have CO and H2, there is an interesting way of making methanol for which there is a significant amount of demand. And the lay of the land that I talked about mostly is about the kind of opportunity that while pursuing the decarbonization, it is not only some sort of a burden on you or a cost on you or a responsibility on you or a necessity for you, but there is an extremely good opportunity for making more revenues and more profits. I think a number of metals industry in India has already started exploring and started pursuing. Okay? So we as a company transformed ourselves from a renewable energy producer and supplier to flexible renewable energy supplier, demand following renewable energy supplier by using storage, and also using that electricity to produce the green hydrogen and green fuels. Okay, we already are putting up a capacity of around 5 million tons per annum, green ammonia manufacturing capacity in India, etc., etc. So this transformation is extremely helpful for us. okay, to help decarbonizing the metal industry. Thank you. I think the chairman has come and he will take it. Thank you.
This is the one. This is this one. NCMC. NCMC. Yeah. Good morning, Chairman and distinguished guests on the diet, as well as the August gathering here. So I'm representing Hindalco here, as the great saying, as well as the motto of our MOEF goes, Prakriti Rakshata Rakshiti. Hindalco has also crafted their purpose that we manufacture metals which are greener, stronger, and smarter. So in that line, we have defined our sustainability strategy, and since then, we have decided to bring the morphosis, or I would say total metamorphosis into the metals, and that's how our transformational journey from a legacy aluminum producer into a sustainability leader is being driven, and we are on the path. So as far as our commitments to E, S, and G pillars go, on the E front, some of you might know, Novelis, the world's largest recycler, is the 100% subsidy of Hindalco, and that is where 61% of the raw material in the Novelis, out of 4 million ton aluminum they produce, is through the recycling route, and that too end of life cans, end of life automotive, or end of life application. So the technology, the credentials are available with Hindalco, and that's where Hindalco wants to drive the recycling path for the country. The second is net carbon neutrality by 2050. Here we have multiple initiatives, a lot of resources, as well as milestones aligned to meet this target. Zero waste to landfill by 2050. It's a very ambitious target, as you all are in metals, and you know metals and mining industry is the largest waste producer. The proportion of finished good, or the sellable aluminum or copper metal which we put in the market, and the proportion of waste, if you see, it is almost 1:12. So that massive waste we all generate. Hence we have taken this, I would say, very, very aggressive target, but we are on the journey with a lot of collaborations with institutions, with startups, and we are confident that we will go much earlier to our target of zero waste to landfill. Water positivity, not only in mining, we have revised our target for entire business of Hindalco, and that's how we are working on that with mining as well as with the community CSR initiatives. Another very, very important target for us is no net loss on biodiversity by 2050. So on the no net loss front, we have worked extensively with International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. They have done a study, they have done scrutiny, inventory of the species as per 1970 forest records, and currently, and based on that, they have identified the gaps for our site. And we call it Biodiversity Management Plan, or BMP. And under the BMPs, these gaps are getting filled in. The resources are mobilized to enhance the number of native species, to enhance the number of endangered species, not only flora but fauna, the aquatic lifestyle, and that is how we are trying to, or we are committed for no net loss on biodiversity by 2050, and side by side we are progressing on the biodiversity management plan. So these are our E commitments, so are our S and G commitments. The session before me was on the safety and zero harm, was so well explained by our cluster lead, Mr. Kailash, and there are multiple initiatives under the task forces for zero harm. And someone asked the question, if a person falls from 100 meter, and we all were sure to say that he is not going to die, he is not going to fall, he is going to hang, and that's what entire Hindalco community sitting here was saying. So that's what the confidence we have on the sustainable safety practices at Hindalco. Diversity and inclusion. community to commitment to community. So I'll touch upon some of these things because I was asked to talk about mining sustainability. Hindalco has set holistic targets across all the 4 sustainability axes, whether it is waste, water, emissions, and biodiversity. So when we say so, font nahi aa raha hai. Anyway, so I'll just walk you through the ESG targets, carbon neutral 2050, and some of the strategic initiatives which we are taking. And we are the customer to the esteemed speaker who just spoke before me, Greenco. And we had that agreement signed, and we are working on that path of 100 megawatt pump hydro for our smelter at Lapanga at Aditya. So that's where we are trying to get the green energy round the clock for the smelter, because round the clock is a challenge for smelter, and that's where Greenco has partnered with us, and our project is progressing. The commercial agreements and all are done. 100 megawatt pump hydro energy storage plus associated RE, because this is solar come pump hydro. The pumping will happen with solar. And project will supply round the clock carbon free electricity over 25 years. We started to, slated that we will come online in 2024 for Aditya smelter, and the expected CO2 footprint reduction through this project is 680,000 ton annually. So this is the CO2 footprint we will reduce from our Hindalco's total carbon footprint. If it works, this is our first pilot. We are committed for another 350 megawatt in future. Another initiative, which is zero waste to landfill, as well as from the carbon neutral, or we can say carbon capture. So red mud, which is a big challenge for the entire alumina refinery in the world, can be a source of carbon capture. Red mud can be mineralized. And this is where we have run the pilots. We have done the experimentation with various institutions. IIT Bombay doing a lot of work at our Belagavi site, at our Utkal project site, as well as we have given samples to Greenwich Laboratory in UK, and Carbonate is the company with whom we have successfully demonstrated that red mud with mild modification of limestone and lime grete, which is another waste, can be carbonized. And the CO2 can be taken from our own chimneys, and that's how we capture our chimneys and make our refineries carbon neutral. So there's a huge potential for red mud to be a sink for carbon capture. So not only that, I'm supposed to talk on the collaborations. We have started a wing on environment research. Multiple projects and collaborations with most of the institutions in the country, outside the country, as well as startups. And seed fund for the startups is also given by Hindalco. We have run a startup accelerator wherein Manu's lab or Massachusetts professors were onboarded, and they are the ones who are guiding for the problem statements which are put up by Hindalco. So one of the problem statement which we had put, this was done almost 2 years back, and while our FGD projects were under execution at Aditya and Mahan. So the projects are commissioned now, but we have started co-processing with cement, but we want to develop few applications for FGD waste. And here we have, this startup is Enviro Waste to Wealth out of IIT Roorkee campus from their innovation labs. And this startup is working with us to convert the FGD waste into the fertilizer. Just to share with you, the technology which Hindalco has adopted as against NTPC is semi-dry technology. So the FGD waste which is coming out of our process is not calcium sulfate, but it is calcium sulfite plus other waste. So that is where we have a challenge of making it usable gypsum. And that is a project we are running for Aditya as well as for our Mahan factory in Madhya Pradesh. So our environment research wing is running 14 collaboration projects with institutions in the country, and another 10 startup projects in the FGD waste, as well as we as Hindalco has got huge downstream footprint. We make aluminum coils, extrusions, foil. Similarly on copper, we have copper wire rod, and we are also working on other copper finished products. So here, we are trying to find out alternatives for packaging. Stretch film, HDPE, LDPE are around various types of packaging material widely used in industry. The EPR obligation is being met by us, but we want to have the alternate for packaging. And here we have run the startup projects, and we have got a stage film now, which is fully biodegradable, and we have done some trials at our Renukut factory. So that's how the startup economy and our collaborations are going on for sustainability, for developing the products for future. And also to come out of the plastic footprint of Hindalco. Our all admin blocks, all our canteens are single-use plastic free. And CII does the rigorous certification for all our sites, canteens and admin blocks of every factory as well as mines, so that we become a single-use plastic free Hindalco. Today, 88% of our waste is either reused, recycled or repurposed. So in line with zero waste to landfill, this is another, I would say, an achievement for Hindalco, that 2.87 million ton of red mud last year is used or co-processed with cement. Minor quantity is used by other applications, but in cement largely used. But we do have the challenges, as we have 3 refineries where there is cement factory in the vicinity, while our 4th refinery in Utkal, Rayagada, has got cement factories very far away, almost 1300 kilometer distance. And today, Hindalco is giving subsidy for usage of red mud from Renukut, red mud from Belagavi, red mud from Muri in Jharkhand. But for Utkal, we are finding the distance being very long, and the closest factory is in Karnataka in Thondegavi. So that is where we have a challenge, and we are developing the alternate applications. We have full support from the regulatory authorities from this state, and 2 projects we are running in this state. So one is the road, and the second is the backfilling in the Baflimali bauxite mine. So both the projects are progressing, but taking the, I would say, motivation and incentive from this Baflimali project, Uttar Pradesh Pollution Control Board has also invited us, DFO, as well as the forest officials, Hindalco, and Indian Institute of Forest Management have already signed the tripartite agreement. And in the Dala region, there are multiple abundant quarries. And we are working on backfilling and eco-restoration of abundant quarry in Dala region. We have been allocated a 0.55 hectare of a quarry in Dala, where we will be doing the eco-restoration by properly designing a quarry with structural stability experts. IIT BHU is our partner for stability certification. JAINS2 is doing the design, and that's where the quarry will be totally eco-restored. The water will be dewatered, and we will be filling it with red mud and fly ash admixtures, as well as we'll be putting the plantation with topsoil, that to native species as recommended by TERI or as recommended by IIFM Bhopal. Just to share with you, our 96 acre of Muri red mud pond is rehabilitated by TERI by proper benching, by proper stability assessment, putting inclinometers and piezometers, and TERI is on site developing the species which will work on the red mud pond. So here, if you see the surface runoff, which used to be a pH 11 or 12 on a red mud pond, today it is 8.2, and daily there is a measurement of conductivity and pH. So that's how rehabilitation is happening for the legacy red mud storages at all the Hindalco refineries. This is another, I would say, first of its kind initiative in the country. This we are running in Madhya Pradesh, Mahan smelter, where we have put up a crusher with the cement factory as our partner. And this is for the co-processing of spent pot lime, carbon portion separate, refractory portion separate. The crusher is running at our site, and both the components of SPL are being used, properly detoxified in the cement kiln, and past 1.5 years the crusher is running at our site by the cement collaboration. Another initiative in the copper is about e-waste recycling. A 7,000 crore investment is committed by Hindalco near Gujarat, the Dahej factory, and we will be collecting entire e-waste. This factory will be collecting almost 245,000 tons of e-waste, and in first phase we will be producing 50,000 tons of copper cathode. Now coming to the water and water positivity. I remember the EC condition or CTO condition of ZLD and the kind of struggles we used to have, or every factory used to struggle a decade back. But today ZLD is given. Not even a single drop of water should go out of your premises, and even that sprinkling on road or watering the plants are not the options. We have to treat the RO reject and see to it that we have produced a salt which is either going for utilization in some chemical industry, or the salt has to go to Ramki kind of setups. So this is where we have started working on water positivity at all the mines first, and then we'll be working for water positivity at Aditya Lapanga and Utkal. Now, no net loss on biodiversity. So as I said, we have tied up with International Union for Conservation of Nature, 20 locations with biodiversity management plan, and also CII is working with us for green belt assessment. So 33% of green belt was the given condition in all the, I would say, documents, whether it is EC or CTE. Everyone has put some green belts, be it ad hoc, be it native, but now we want to enhance that green belt. We want to put Miyawaki in that green belt. We want to make it 3-tier. We want to improve the NDVI index of that green belt. You know, NDVI index is a measure for green belt density measurement. And we want to do that. And we have started working with CII. CII has done the scrutiny for 12 of our sites. And we are going with the native species as recommended by IUCN. But we are going with Miyawaki way for enhancing the density of our green belt. So that 33 green belt which was put traditionally, we want to improve that green belt. It can be a big carbon sink, we all know. It's a natural boon given to us by God. We have achieved a cumulative green cover of 5,500 hectares, almost 4.5 million trees added annually, and survival rate we want to enhance. Today it is more than 75. We are working with with forest department on seed collection. We have nurseries at all our sites where we are trying to develop those native species and then go put it in the plantation mode. Butterfly conservation is another initiative which we have put at all our mine sites. So setting the sustainable benchmarks for the industry, we have put up a sustainable mining charter, and here Zantio from Norway, which has got Vikasa as their Indian name, as the platform, and they are the NGO working globally. And we have tied up with them 3 years back. They have developed a sustainable mining charter in line with the FIMI charter, but this charter has got 7 thematic areas, and in each of these thematic areas, we are scoring every mine, and we are giving the mines maturity index to our mines, and that's where there is a positive competition amongst all our coal mines as well as bauxite mines to improve the mines maturity index for ensuring the sustainability of mining at all Hindalco sites. And these 7 thematic areas are none other than air, water, waste, biodiversity, as well as the social factor comes as far as mining goes, safety comes into picture, as well as the ecological restoration comes into picture. So these are some of the glimpses of sustainable mining charter and the outcome of that and the way we are trying to work at all our mine site. It's a holistic framework. It works, it has a good focus on the livelihood for the local community. I was talking about this water positivity, and that's how we are doing it in Kashipur district in Odisha. Here we are developing the model watershed, and there's a good scrutiny of existing, I would say, aquifers. The water bodies is done by GCRS. This is another startup operating out of IIT Kanpur campus, and they are working at all our sites in geotechnical analysis, in assessing the hydrogeological, I would say, footprint of that location. Also, the water bodies in that region from where we are withdrawing the body. So this is another innovative project which we have embarked in Kashipur. So what are we going to do out of this? So these are the structures to be developed. So if you know, or probably I know, I have been working in industry for 31 years, the CSR has been doing some check dams, some lakes, based on what Gram Panchayat wants. There was no science or thought process put there. So here we are going with another, I would say, dimension, that we are going with a scientific approach. And we will be now putting, based on these studies, that where should be a farm burn, where should be a gabion structure, where should be an earthen dam, a farm pond, a check dam, as prescribed by GCRS through this hydrogeological study. And that's how the local aquifers, the water bodies will get the desired water charge. So expected outcome is around 380,000 cubic meter of water storage. Then a water of around 1 lakh cubic meter will be recharged annual way into the in the identified locations, catering to 136 hectares of land for irrigation in both Rabi and Kharif sessions. 195 households will be directly benefited with these structures because clean drinking water is a SDG, and as you know, out of 8 billion population on this earth, almost 3 billion population do not have access to clean drinking water and sanitation. So that's where our this project will also impact. 380 households will have an indirect benefit from this project, and 2 water use groups will be strengthened to own and manage the programs. So it's not only Hindalco initiative, it's a community initiative. So the community will be strengthened and they will own and manage the program. This is another livelihood initiative for local communities, Kosala. So in Chhattisgarh, there is something called Ashoka plants, and this fruit from Ashoka has got the Kosala thread. So we as Hindalco started working with the community because they were making bobbins and giving it away at any cost. So we have put up a handloom center in our Garipalma mines. There the women are trained, the handloom is available, and they are now they are weaving. And then we are tied up with Aditya Birla Fashion, and Adhyam is the platform where the products which are made out of the thread coming from Chhattisgarh, Kosala, is getting into the costumes for all of us. And in Hindalco, in any of our, I would say, meets, gatherings, Kosala is something which we give as our souvenir. So just to close, our sustainability leadership journey not only goes with Dow Jones Sustainability Indices, but with all the Frost & Sullivan, with MSCI, with all the platforms and ESG frameworks. We have been the leader since past 4 years. This is another framework which CII Greenco has come up with, and almost 8 to 10 states have adopted, and Hirakud FRP factory is also going ahead on that. This is a framework which is having a rating for each of the sustainability dimensions, be it energy, be it water, be it GHG, be it material conservation, and this framework also is giving an incentivizing industry, because someone said it is not the big industry houses, the smaller ones also need to be aligned. So this framework, the way I have seen in Rajasthan and Karnataka, they are incentivizing, yeah, I'm done. So they are incentivizing the industry. If you are certified with platinum, your CTO will be automatically renewed. If you are you are certified with, I would say, gold or bronze, accordingly there will be CTO fees waive off. Or Karnataka Pollution Control Board is rewarding and putting the industry's pictures on the Pollution Control Board website. So this is how you can incentivize the industry, be it small or big, for getting into the sustainability journey. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I invite the next speaker, please. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. With the kind of panel that is present and the expertise that they bring, I don't really have much to say on the technicalities. I'm basically a management consultant with a background in a mixed background, engineering, MBA, public policy, etc. I'll just take you through what is interesting, what is really probably what does the future look like when you say metal mining. And what I feel is really going to happen is a shift from process to purpose. Today, as we talk, we are talking about processes. Metal mining is probably one of the oldest industries available, right from Fred Flintstones, if you know what I mean, from his times till Elon Musk. metal mining has been going on. But processes have evolved. Purpose, not much. The business sense, business purpose, that needs a lot of evolution. That is happening in the recent times. You see, there is a headwind and tailwind. And we capture the tailwind. There's a requirement for copper, for wind power, electric vehicle, e-waste generation, etc. There are tailwinds pushing the sector. And BlackRock, this $1.5 billion fund, they started just before COVID with a $20 million funding. Today they are at $1.5 billion. 80% is spent on circular economy initiatives. So these are tailwinds pushing the sector. EPR targets, so I was part of deliberations for the government. How do we do EPR targets in India? Very complex. And finally, the targets which have come up, which are, you see, steel targets 30%. This is a draft EPR which has come last week. For ELV, end-of-life vehicle, recycling of end-of-life vehicle, capture steel from there, and the target is 2036. Are our industries ready for a futuristic viewpoint? Probably not. And the targets 20 years down the lane, how do they meet starting now? It's very difficult. And Bill Gates. Bill Gates, this is from his blog. So he says, I always ask a question. Whenever he is going to fund somebody, there are climate change topics, he asks, what's your plan for steel? And ultimately, this is a blog, this is from his blog, he has written this, and he has invested in Boston Metal. Boston Metal is manufacturing steel without coal, through electricity. They have minus coal out of production. So this is somewhere the headwinds are pushing through, right? This is not something he was required to do, but it's the headwinds that we're talking about. Stuck here. Right, sure. So when we talk about circular economy transition, I mean these are the life cycle of the whole transition we're talking about, the whole system we're talking about. There's the demand, there's the anthropological demand for metals and minerals. We saw tailwinds pushing for new types of metals, new types of minerals, new types of alloys. There is exploration, extraction, smelting, fabrication. Probably the industries we're talking about, we have assembled here stops there. Design, manufacture, usage, disposal is the other part of the story, which gradually the processes has to include. Hindalco or a Tata should be now talking about how the design should be or how they'll play a partner design in the usage and the disposal. That is what we're talking about, a holistic approach to circular economy. Just to give an example. Just look at this. 300 years, the quantum of metal, the quantum of alloys which have been required, extracted. Obviously, the target is a tailwind of energy efficient, energy, green energy. But we require a lot more kind of metals, alloys, what we required 300 years back. So this is the kind of demand which has come up. But then, the challenge is that they don't recycle. The recycling rates are pretty low. So climate change, sustainability doesn't work well when we use and throw. When we take things out, you build something and throw it up. And the thing is, the metals we're talking about, they are not recyclable. Most of them have a very low recyclable rate, less than 1%. And that is where industries have to talk about. The next thing is innovation in this industry. So this is something, because I'm a trained biotechnology engineer. This is something I'm interested in, biomining. Now, biomining, this is a study, this is a report in NIH. They're talking about copper, 99.9% being extracted through biomining process, right? The other one is a live example. where a company in Germany, they are extracting gold from e-waste through biomining process. Now, these are sectors where we should have Indian companies invest, do research, and then come up with solutions, because this is what the future is going to be. The slag, the waste from the mine, the e-waste we're talking about, the ELB is talking about, wherever there's a scope. These are the areas where we should be talking about, we should integrate down into the value chain and work on. There are challenges, these are new areas, but still, there is a company that talks about not using continental water in mining. So there's a company which has committed that they're not going to use continental water by 2030. That is, they're not going to use fresh water. By 2030, they're going to only extract water from sea, refine it, and use. Now, that is where biomining may be useful. Salt-resistant bacteria that enhances the process, etc. So that is where biomining, we're talking about space biomining, is something which is being tried currently, obviously, extraction of metals in the space. This is something that our industries could also work on. The second is repurposing of closed mines. This has worked well in the Western countries. The classic case of Iron Mountain in New York. There's an abandoned iron ore mine, and they have converted that into secure vaults, storing high value goods there. Something that we should be thinking about, how we are going to use. And fortunately, in India recently, Government of India has been talking about repurposing of closed mines. They have talked about bioreactor landfills. There have been talks about renewable energy development in closed mines. So these are things which are being talked, but probably the mining industry, the metal industry should jump into these kind of activities, is what we can think of. Next is down the value chain. We're talking about symbiosis. That is already happening, but this is something that can happen in a much more efficient way. The example being the circular metal maker, the metal industry working with electric utility and auto manufacture, green electricity, green automobile, and then EPR coming and joining them together. These are areas where the industries, the leaders sitting here should think about how they can, probably 10%, 20% of your metals 10 years down the lane should come from EPR, should come from recapturing from the environment. I think that is how things should be and would be. Talking about technology amplifiers, blockchain, drones, you name it, AI, everything is being used. This is a very live example of Rio Tinto. Like we buy a chocolate, there is a label there. Rio Tinto has introduced this label recently, 2021. This is not in market yet, it's there in their website as a sample, where they're going to give their matrices as a food label, as a label you get in a food packets. So if you buy aluminum from Rio Tinto, the buyer would get this kind of a certificate that they can read about. This is done through LC and blockchain. They've integrated the systems through this START portal, and all data on the water usage, energy usage, climate change impact, everything would be shown in this particular, all key ESG matrices will be shown right there. And then finally, this is something very, very interesting, because this came out last night. GRI has come up with a mining sector guideline for reporting. Last night, 11 o'clock, I got this mail that GRI has come up, and this is going to be effective from 2026, January 1st, where they have given some 35 or 25 material matrices that works on the mining sector, and they have advised on how to take it up. Niti Aayog recently had come up with a water neutrality certification. Again, something that the mining companies could definitely look for. Now, this is across the life cycle. We're talking about what can be done, and then if we are able to do that, we'll probably shift from the process which we have been talking about to purpose, to a much larger thought process, to a much larger intent going down the lane. That's all for today. Thank you.
The
organizers have asked me to hasten up the process for the next set of speakers in the next batch. I'm sorry I came late due to some misorganization part. Well, thank you very much, the speakers, especially the last one, who have showed me what can be done with different kinds of savings and so on. As the chairman of the speaker, one second. Let me wind up this session, then we. As a chairman of the session, I want to say that we are talking of the next steps, how to use green energy, etc., etc. I am also very particular about running the current processes in your companies in a very efficient way. People are not looking at the saving points of energy that they can use. For example, the steel plants. Analysis has been done, and in several processes, the energies can be saved up to 20%. For example, you are collecting carbon monoxide gas from different processes. This carbon monoxide, because of an inefficient process, is already being burnt to carbon dioxide without taking the energy from conversion of CO to CO2. So another part that I want to emphasize is about the maintenance of plants. You are losing a lot of time because of the bad maintenance practices in the plant. Plants are not being run efficiently. The productivity of the plant is not up to the mark. So I want to make very few points for you. My points are energy saving in the current processes. Benchmark your current processes, and that itself will lead to a lot of saving in carbon footprint. Please benchmark your current processes. We do financial audit, but very few companies do energy audit, right? This is something which is lacking. We are talking of future. Our current processes are not efficient. So please do benchmarking of your energy expenses. Secondly, please modernize your maintenance practices. We at IIT Bhubaneswar have taken cognizance of this. We are helping companies to do energy audit. You can also request us. We have also started a new course on advanced maintenance technology, right? This is with the help of faculty from civil engineering, from electrical engineering, from mechanical engineering, and from metallurgical engineering. Through this maintenance technology course, you can train your engineers to be aware of the best maintenance practices around the world. This is not a new area. There are already companies like Hitachi and so on who are offering services in this maintenance area, and the services are very, very expensive from these companies, right? So why don't you develop your own better maintenance practices? It is possible. Train your engineers. This course is starting from July this year. We will be approaching your plants here. Unfortunately, the addresses are here, but the email addresses are not here, but I'm sure we can contact the organizers and approach you. So the takeaway points from me as a chairman: save energy in your current processes. You can save up to 20% of the energy. Benchmark your processes. Run your current processes. This is also a way of looking at sustainability. This is a very good way of looking at sustainability of current operations, if they can run longer. So now somebody wants to ask a question to one of the speakers. I will limit the questions to save time, but I can entertain one or two few questions. Yes, please. You want to ask something? You can take your mic and answer. To Madam, yes.
We are generating in India, and how much we are getting as a scrap percentage-wise? Because I have seen can is being used as in publicly, not in plants. So in a roadside, you will get many of cans. And what is that? How we are collecting that cans?
I spoke about can being recycled by Novelis. Novelis is world's largest can manufacturer. I said the technology and the, I would say, know-how is available for Hindalco. Hindalco has put its first pilot in Lucknow, but it was unsuccessful, so we are wound up. We are putting up second pilot in Goa.
No, I am asking for generation of how much you are producing cans and
I have no data readily available at my fingertip, but if you want, that data is available.
Okay, thank you.
So I would request if there are more questions, you may please sort it out in the lunch session. And I want to thank the organizers, including Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, which has taken up this initiative. They are a partner. They are going to be a partner with IIT Bhubaneswar in energy saving and also in maintenance. So you can also contact them. You can also contact us. Thank you very much for being with us in this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed Chairperson. May I request Professor Satyapriya Satpathy from Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute to please join us on stage and do the honor of presenting tokens of gratitude to the esteemed Chairperson and speakers. And thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful session. Thank you, lady, for those updated information, for sharing your perspective that reminded all of us to have clearer and more practical approach when it comes to our climate change initiatives. Thank you, Professor Brahmadev, for being a wonderful chairperson. Thank you very much, Dr. Rambabu Paravastu, for setting the context so well, for adding your own views and perspective. A traditional Angavastra of honor and a token of gratitude, where we present the Wheel of Time from Konark Temple, which signifies progress, positivity, good vibes. Thank you. Madam Vaishali Suravar. Updated and futuristic, perhaps are the theme for every session at this conference. Thank you, Shri Arup Tripathi. It's been wonderful listening to these speakers, and the presence of our honorable chairperson makes the session all the more special. Can we have a louder round of applause for this session, please? And thank you very much, Professor Satpathy, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to stick to the time, so quickly moving on to our next session, which is Evolving Technologies in Pollution Control and Environmental Monitoring. May I request the chairperson and speakers to join us on stage. Chairperson for this session, Dr. Ajay A. Deshpande, Adjunct Professor, Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. A former expert member, National Green Tribunal from 2013 to 2017, has 3 decades of hands-on experience in environmental pollution control, holds PhD degree in environmental engineering from IIT Delhi. Our speakers for this session, Dr. Atul Vaidya, Director, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NEERI, has 35 years of experience in chemical and hazardous waste management, PhD in chemical engineering, more than 67 publications in journals, books, and conference proceedings. The next speaker for the session, Shri Sanjeev Kanchan, Environmental Research and Advocacy Advisor, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, CEEW. Has more than 15 years of experience in resource efficiency and pollution monitoring and control, collaborated with government entities like Ministry of EFCC, CPCB, and SPCB, member of UN Environment Program for the past 8 years. It's got PGD Environmental Law and Policy, NLU Delhi, Masters in Biosciences, VIT. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers? Dr. MP Patil, Chief Scientist, NEERI, Nagpur, will be joining us virtually because Dr. Atul Vaidya won't be able to participate in this session. We welcome Dr. Patil virtually to this wonderful conference, and may I request the chairperson to take the session forward, sir.
more than 30 minutes. So definitely we'll have to keep the time because I don't want to be in between you and lunch also. So this session is on evolving technologies in pollution control and environmental monitoring. In fact, very broad conspectus, and I think all of you are hands-on on this, both the topics. And the overall emerging scenario in pollution control is actually quite different nowadays. We are talking about much expressive implementation of polluter pays principle. We are looking for litigations. We are talking about restorations. And definitely the environmental monitoring is the base for that. So both the topics are definitely complementary. We have Dr. Patil waiting for a long time actually. So Dr. Patil, I will request you to open up the discussions. If you have presentation, that's good. Otherwise, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deshpande, sir. And I wish to thank organizers for giving Director Niri opportunity to present his views. Since he's not there, he has gone to Delhi to attend some urgent meeting. So I'll be making a discussion on his behalf. Hope I'm audible. Hello. Hello. I am audible. Hello.
Audible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, as we all know, metallurgical industry, metal wearing industry, these are all highly material and energy intensive industries where we use basically ore, additives, utilities, and energy in terms of in the form of coal and gas. And in the process, we get metal, but at the same time, we also have major air emissions, wastewater, and solid waste generation from this process. So if we look at the key environmental issues, uh, like metallurgical industries, we deal with all kind of metal, iron and steel, nickel, cobalt, aluminium. But since the time is short, I'll try to focus my views mostly related to iron and steel and aluminum industry, which are predominantly present available in the state of Orissa. So if we look at the key environmental issues in primary aluminum industry, we find that during production of alumina from the bauxite, major air emissions, they include sulfur dioxide, CO2 and NOx. Major solid waste generated in this process is red mud. As far as process effluents are concerned, it's not a major issue because mostly alumina production is carried out in the water is in the closed circuit and it's mostly recycled and it's not that significant. As far as aluminium production in the electrolytic cell process is concerned, there are a lot of air emissions which include volatile organic compounds, hydrocarbons, tar, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, sulfur dioxide, a lot of fluoride emissions are there, dust, CO, CO2, and polyfluorinated compounds emissions are there. The major solid waste generated from aluminum industries include refractory bricks, spent pot liners, sludges from various pollution control operations, skimmings and dross. Again, since this is a dry process, the water process effluent is not a major issue in the aluminum industry. As far as steel industry is concerned, we know it is divided basically in four different categories. Like we have coke oven plant, we have sinter and pelletization plant, blast furnace, and basic oxygen furnace. Major air emissions associated with coke oven plant are volatile organic carbons, benzene, toluene, xylene, ammonia, dust, SO2. Also, a lot of effluents are generated, which includes BOD, COD, pH, ammonia, and sinter plants is mostly major emissions are due to dust, sulfur dioxide, HCl, HF, polyaromatic hydrocarbons. Similarly, in the blast furnace also we have air emissions, process effluents, so, and solid waste which are generated in the form of dust, sludges from effluent treatment plant, and the slag. Similarly, from basic oxygen furnace, we have air emissions from the sulfur dioxide, dust, process effluent, and solid waste. So these are the key environmental issues related to the aluminum industry as well as iron and steel industry. Since the time is short, I'm not elaborating more on other metallurgical industries. So if we look at the technological options for pollution control of this industry, we can divide whatever technologies are available, we can divide them in four categories. First category of the technology will be for prevention of the pollution. In this category, we can think of having establishing new plants with cleaner and cleaner technologies. But this requires a lot of R&D efforts, and a lot of efforts are being made, and many of the technologies which are being developed under this category for prevention of pollution, these are are available on pilot scale. These are not available on commercial scale. We can use the tools like life cycle assessment to compare different technological options, and the one which is more cleaner and cleaner, you can think of adopting the technology. Second category of technology is for minimization. So this minimization of pollution we can carry out in the existing industry, existing plant, and this can be carried out through process modifications. We can go for better quality raw materials, and we can also have good housekeeping. So all these efforts like process modification, better quality raw material, and good housekeeping will definitely help to reduce the pollution in terms of air, water, and solid waste. Third category is for treatment, reuse, and recycle. So these are all the end of the pipe treatment technologies which are available, and which includes mostly physicochemical, biological, thermal treatment. This can be carried out at the site, on site, or maybe off site. Like maybe the waste generated from one industry could be a raw material for other industry. So this will come under off site category. But right now, the main focus of the industry is for treatment, reuse, and recycle. Much effort, a lot of efforts are required to consider the technologies for prevention and minimization of technologies. And the fourth category is discharge and disposal. Whatever effluent or emissions or solid waste we generate, ultimately, if it doesn't have any use, it has to be finally disposed of somewhere. So if it is air emission, we discharge it through stack. If it is wastewater, if treated wastewater, if it is of no use, then ultimately it has to be released to some water body. And the solid waste, hazardous waste, which are generated by the industries, if they are of no use, finally it is rested in the secure landfill facility. So these are the four categories of technologies we can think of. As far as techniques and technologies are concerned, if we think of aluminum industry, where we have alumina production, then anode production, and finally aluminum production. So major major environmental concern in aluminum industry is dust. The conventional technologies are available, like ESP, back filters, cyclone separators, scrubbers. Similarly, for sulfur dioxide and NOx, we can think of going for low sulfur fuel or natural gas. We can also think of developing low NOx burners, modifications in the combustion chamber. We can go for flue gas desulfurization systems. So these are the technological options available for air pollution. For red mud, we can think of having compacting the red mud, like it contains a lot of moisture, so it occupies a lot of space. So if you go for compacting by adopting high pressure filtration system, and if we go for neutralizing the alkalinity, so this will obviously reduce the space and environmental impacts associated with the red mud. We can also consider using the red mud for various applications, industrial applications like road construction, cement industry, paint and pigment industry. The emissions such as VOCs, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, the technologies are available like wet and dry scrubbers, condensers, thermal oxidizers. Similarly, for perfluorocarbons which are emitted from the pot liners, We can think of having point feed pre-bake systems, point feed vertical stud Soderberg system, automatic multiple point feeding of alumina, and we can also have computerized system for electrolysis process, which can control this emission. As far as spent spot liner concern, which is a major concern for aluminum industry, it can go to cement industry as a one of the as a substitute for raw material. It can also be used as a carburant in steel and alloy industry. It can also be used as coke substitute in rock wool production. Similarly, for iron and steel industry, there are various issues associated with fugitive emission, mostly from the coal handling, coke oven plants. Uh, as far as possible, uh, uh, there are conventional technologies available. At the same time, there are a lot of efforts are being made to develop new technologies. For example, for dust, for controlling the dust from coke grinding operations, we can think of building and device enclosure. We can go for dry dusting systems, storing the pulverized material in bunkers and warehouses. So a lot of options are available. Since the time is short, it will not be possible for me to elaborate the different techniques and technologies which are available. We'll need at least 1 hour for one industry to discuss various technological options, evolving technologies available for these industries. So, as far as NIRI is concerned, NIRI is working in various domains like air pollution control, solid and hazardous waste management, wastewater management, environmental impact assessment, cleaner technology, life cycle assessment. So, NIRI, as such, we do not have any specific technology available which can be given to the metallurgical industry, but definitely we can take it as a project, and based on the case-to-case basis, we can develop technological solutions, environmental solutions for the specific problem. So in this case, we do basic and applied R&D. Once the studies taken by NIRI, we do basic and applied R&D. We apply principles of environmental engineering, biological engineering, chemical engineering, and NIRI is equipped with scientific tools, softwares, and sophisticated analytical facilities, and also has highly skilled manpower. NIRI has been working in the field of environment for past 7 decades, and NIRI has carried out more than thousands of projects. And at least 50 projects we have carried out for different metallurgical industries like Hindalco, TISCO, Bhilai Steel Plant, Hindustan Zinc Limited. So we have done at least 50 projects for different industries. So we can provide our services for finding the solutions to environmental problems, which include inventorization and characterization, waste minimization, environmentally sound treatment and disposal. We also do environmental impact assessment, life cycle, and we can also help the industry to provide training and capacity building. So with this brief presentation, I'll stop here. And I once again thank organizers for giving us the opportunity to speak in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patil. We will take advantage of your presence, online presence, and if anybody has a question, we can ask him because we don't know the network and other things, so better to take. If nobody has, I have a question for you. Practically everybody in Orissa must be knowing NERI because NERI's action plan in sustainable mining is one of the major driver for cleaning the mining industry. But at the same time, I would like more to know about the innovative technologies and particularly whether NERI will be definitely interested in collaboration with the industries, not only for the innovative technologies, but also use of what I can say the information technology also. Because IT is driving one of the major thrust in the entire sustainability chain. So would like to know your response on that.
Yeah, definitely. IT is being nowadays used in environmental monitoring because it can be used to gather gather and analyze a lot of data on various environmental factors such as air and water quality, soil contamination, presence of pest and disease. So this data, it allows users to gain real-time information and their machine by using the sensors. So definitely NIRI can help get associated with the industry, and NIRI can get associated with the industry, and definitely on a case-to-case basis, we can definitely provide the solutions, the problems faced by the industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patil.
Yeah.
I will now invite Mr. Sanjeev Kanchan, who is the Environment Research and Advocacy Advisor, Council for Energy, Environment and Water. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
We have shortage
Yes.
of time.
So I'll try my best to not to extend your trouble, because we know we too are trouble before your lunch. So I have just 3-4 slides which can be covered in half an hour or also in 5-6 minutes. So I'll stick to environmental monitoring part. You get your pollution, whether it is air quality. Is it coming? So you get your stack effluent ambient air quality monitored by third party. Laboratory monitors it for you. But the new monitoring requirement, which is we use for real-time monitoring for SAMs, effluent quality monitor, and continuous ambient air quality monitors you use, that is a huge investment. Just to give you a number, it's reaching around 1 billion. I'm not talking about the Indian rupees. Around 1 billion of the equipments requirement, including all that, all three equipments. So 17 categories industry, you know, around 4,000 are there. But if you go for red category, because most of the pollution control boards nowadays ask that you also have to install. So in India, around 1,30,000 industries in red categories are there, which requires one or another kind of real-time monitor, SAMs or CQMS and ambient air quality monitor. I'll share some of the issues which is across the sectors, not only the metal one, but across the sector, what are the challenges. So I'm taking you through 3 slides, giving you troubles, suggesting what are the possible solutions, and at the end, I will provide you some support to keep you happy before lunch. This is the table which I have tried to summarize. You get your lab monitoring done by third party, but because you do not follow, you outsource it. There are some challenges which you should take care. Which I have seen in many places, there are not, even the stack doesn't have enough number of monitoring ports left, which is as required depending upon the size and diameter of the stack. And still you report the monitoring. They are doing monitoring without having enough number of sampling ports over there. You may need to see it. And one of the good idea is when you get monitored by the third-party laboratory and you already have installation of real-time monitor, you do check, compare the data for both. It will give you 2 things. First, if your SAMS is not working properly, or if your lab monitoring result is not reflecting what exactly you want. So for internal information, it is very ideal that you monitor, you compare yourself. It is not a compliance requirement as such for the lab monitoring, but it will help you in many of the observations, will help you in saving many other things. I'm coming to the same section. SAM's installation is there. You can install certified, non-certified one both. In metal industry, if I focus, major industry doesn't have problem because they have a bigger team, good amount of resources available to them. So you install certified ones, you know. But still, there are 20%. I have recently done a survey that is not published, some study on that. So that includes metal industry as well. I tell you 20% even in the larger industry. Because one steel industry sometimes requires 60, 70 kind of installations in one facility itself. and that every single one costs around 5 to 30 lakhs. So you might need to see that if it is suitable for you. And the result says, when I cover it, the smaller and middle scale industry also, 60% industry, not only metal, they are not aware if their equipment is certified, or if they are told that they are certified, they do not have any idea of that. So the reporting is, I have a certified and not certified, they are not clear, 60%. But it in metal industry, the bigger one, 20% are there who has that problem. So you might need to see that. There are many installations which is not required as per the regulation and as per the requirement. There are installations in the plants which is not required, but they have installed. So you have installed unnecessarily. You have spent that of money. And if that would have been working, it would have given a good sense, but those equipments are not working as well. In the stack or the duct where you are installing it, that point is not approachable. So you are not maintaining it, data is not reflecting. Stacks are old, so you cannot make another drill, or you cannot have the approach over there to reach. So that equipment, once you install, you are never visiting, so you do not know if that is working. Exactly the money is going. And the gravimetric monitoring, which your lab does, and also you need that data for the calibration of your equipment SEMS. It is not happening properly because there's not enough sampling port. The laboratory which is coming to do that kind of monitoring is not covering all those points. So at the end of the day, when you are getting the calibration factor and putting it into the real-time monitor, which is going to give you the result, that result is not coming. That is on-ground report. What is the solution in the third column you are seeing? The solution is, one is certainly you have to see if you can install at correct point or not, 4D, 8D, 2D, or 4D, 4D, or if it is not, how you can distribute it at the different floors. Two things must be kept in common for the metal industry. When you are installing the PM monitor, you must ensure that should be in the stack. There is always a provision. So 8D, 2D for PM manual monitor must be there. And the second one is when you're installing PM SEMS. So you try to keep it close to that so that you can compare the result. Gaseous is not a problem. You can install it on another floor. You can install in the duct because gaseous is homogeneous. That creates a lot of problem, which is PM. People think that this is simpler, but that is more complicated in the sense in the operation. Range setting, this is the simplest thing, how much you are monitoring. So 0 to 500, your norm is 50 and you have set a range of 1,000. That is the common problem among the industry. But of the 1,000, 50 is 2%. So you do not know your equipment is giving the error, your equipment is a negative drift, positive drift. So it is the problem with even with the bigger industry. So it is not giving you the right data, so it is very ideal to see it. If you see the next one is stability check. It is being done when you are installing. It is being done when you are using. It is most hard to the people that you do qual 2, qual 3. That is for European, which is certified one. But those who are not certified one, that requires performance check, which is a different series of tests to be done. And there is no difference in the industry right now in India. Everybody does the same thing, whether it is certified, non-certified, so which is not up to the mark. I'm giving you trouble, but I'll give you the solution. So don't worry about it. And data, what data you are getting, I'm seeing most of the industry are not analyzing their own data, which is enough to figure out what problem is happening. So I'll say that this should be a good option for you. You read the data, you compare the data, analyze, you'll find the problem. Similar thing is with CAQMS, which is ambient air quality monitor, because the technology is different with the SEMS in the sense, but they work on the same principle, kind of same principle. Only there you are monitoring the milligram, here you are monitoring the microgram. Challenges are kind of similar. So you need to see. In the CAQMS, I see this is a heavy installation, huge costly, but you are not installing at the right point, right location. And it is not giving you the data. Temperature is not maintained. Flow variation, you have not fixed what is required to collect the enough amount of sample, which gives the representative result. Many of the installations, you have 3 installations of CAQMS, you will find that some of them are data stagnant. Nobody is calibrating it in the time because you have left it on third party. And there is no calibration in span 0 and span being done. So you have installed that huge, that cost you have put at the site, and it is not being maintained, and that is not giving the right result. So ideal is and if you are not maintaining properly, it is also getting lost. So the equipment that should run over 15 years, that will go off in 7, 8 years. This is very common problem in other side. In effluent quality monitors nowadays, most of the metal industry are kind of zero effluent, or you recycle all of this. But still, one of the thing I have seen, which is you are zero liquid discharge, but you have installed 3, 4 monitors still in the plant. There is no discharge, but still there are installation at the end of, near the boundary. You are having the camera and flow meter, which is the requirement. That should be sufficient. But still, there is another equipment installed. You need to understand that you have put the equipment over there, and if equipment is not in the water, it is dry, there's no flow of water, that equipment is gone. That will not work again. So you have shown that you are complying, you are additionally putting up something, but that thing is not working, your investment is gone. So that is not requirement. So effluent quality monitor has one thing, and always install, see that if it is cleaned properly, it is managed properly, it is not in the dry state. This is very common problem. And effluent quality monitor has most of these problems because after sales support is very poor. You do not follow, they sometimes come to visit, and wherever I have seen gone for the audit, that it is covered with algae and all, and that is not giving you the right data. So it is ideal. I'm not covering all that. But these are the solutions left. You should follow. The guideline has given all those things, but if you do not read yourself, it is very difficult to think that it will be done by the vendor. It doesn't. They know about their project, telling you everything, but they do not know all other things. And this is what is reflecting what I have done. So as I said, I collected information about 300 installations across 6, 7 states, asked them the data just to understand the practices, what the practices are they doing. So 15 parameters I tried to figure out which is required for the SEMS. SEM is reflecting for ambient air quality monitor. If you see, 70 to 80% of industries, that includes smaller, middle, and bigger one as well, 70 to 80% industry were though, they were not adequately following the requirements or what is supposed to be done for the SEMS. All those parameters which you are seeing high, in blue color, these are the parameters which were not working perfectly. And surprisingly, one interesting thing I got to know when I did try to follow up on these parameters, how many industries depend on vendor or supplier, and how many things they are doing themselves. You will be surprised to know all these parameters where they are not complying, not were doing adequately, all these parameters were left on the vendors and suppliers. So vendors and suppliers managing all those parameters, the industry was performing poor. And other parameters which industry was carrying themselves were doing better than them. So this is one of the conclusion I got to know. The vendors or suppliers who you think that you have outsourced the thing and they are doing everything, they can ensure the enough amount of data, good amount of data, 85%, so that you comply to the regulator. They are giving you the high data availability. But the data is not correct, that is to be sure. That data quality is not good. So they are not giving you the data quality, they are giving you data only. So it is one of the new thing I was not aware, but so entire report is going to publish in coming days, but this is what I thought it is important to share with you. Don't leave everything because you are paying somebody will do. This is the new thing which I came to know. Now the thing is, it is coming to that you are having vendor, you are having supplier. That is fine, give them the job, but you should have internal capacity for sure. You need to be aware of the subject or aware of what you are going to maintain or you're supposed to maintain in your plant. Train your team. Whenever the vendors or suppliers or laboratories coming, assign one person to follow that. So one person in the plant at least should know that how these things are being carried. So you'll know there are many things which they escape, and you do not know what is happening on the site. So it is very important that you know. It is a complicated subject. As I said, you require to have the certified equipment, non-certified equipment. Certified equipment have different ways of calibration and quality check. Non-certified are different. So this report, I think most of that who are in industry, I have shared already before. So you can see that what is the practice, which is non-certified one followed in US. That is covered under best practice document that I had published 5, 6 months back. And certified ones as well, and how data handling is being done, what are the different tests you are supposed to be carried, because you just know performance test. There are series of tests to be done for every separate equipment. It is covered under that. The second one is a checklist. It is, I have just published 7 days back. This checklist carries what you can do yourself in your plant. There's a format given at the end. You can print out the format, you can take to your plant itself, and you check all those things if it is happening or not. So I can guarantee you, it's not that simple, but still, to those who has already installed, they can help get it very helpful. So 60% of the problem you can identify and you can resolve. The first of the document is given what are the solutions, why it is required to be checked, and second, the format. So you can do in your plant. That is the support. I'm concluding from here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think very important topic.
Evolving technologies. So thank you very much. In fact, thank you, the organizers and Orissa Pollution Control Board for inviting me here. And also take this topic as a session and two sides of the same coin, the pollution control and the emission monitoring or environmental monitoring. And they hardly match, as we have seen in the earlier presentation. It is nothing but a greenwashing, again, a new type of greenwashing. So I'll be speaking mainly on the pollution control and environmental monitoring, how they are interlinked and what are the different challenges which are coming in this sector. So if you really see the global challenges now, there is a huge debate on resource sufficiency. That's one of the biggest thing which is being debated, and most of the environmental initiatives are coming from this angle. We also have a challenge of secured supply chains after the pandemic and now with the wars. This is again an area which is influencing the overall industrial growth. And if you really see the demand and supply pattern again, it is influenced by the cruise net curve now. If we are in the sort of upward curve of the cruise net curve where the industrial growth is happening, so naturally our aspirations are also growing, economic development is happening, so there is a huge demand of resources, there is a huge pressure on the resources also. And that's the typical dilemma. We are talking on one side on the green economy, and also we are talking about a satiety or a philosophical term which is green growth. Now, in case of pollution control, the biggest factor is actually the trust. The trust between a regulator and industry, trust between society and industry, and also society and the regulator per se. So entire three sides of the triangle, they have a trust deficit. And one of the reasons is actually the earlier presentation. The data which is coming, the information which is coming in the public domain has very minimum credibility per se. And these challenges actually come as a major challenge to Pollution Control Board because the Pollution Control Board has multiple hats to wear. In fact, the Section 17 of the Water Act and Air Act prescribe the functions, and if I recollect well, there are 14 sections, subsections, and only 2 are related to regulation. But all others are related to what I can say, research, development, public information, monitoring. But the major focus, once we call about any state pollution control board, it is normally treated as a regulatory board. But essentially, it is a much more wider conspectus of functions to deal with. Now, when we see the metal industry here again, there are various types of industries, very, very large, then large, medium, and many small scales. So it is a very broad canvas we are talking about today. Though we are dominated by the larger industries here, but there are multiple smaller induction furnaces, couple of furnaces, which are operational across the country. Now, the debate which is happening, particularly in the large industry, is pollution control versus, or rather, and the decarbonization. And decarbonization is getting more focus in the entire debate because a lot of money is coming on that angle. There are multiple barriers which are being imposed from the decarbonization point of view. So obviously, there is more focus on the process emissions rather than cleaning the process per se. So that's one point. If we see the regulations right now, most of them are residue specific. We are talking about what is coming out of the process per se. But gradually, the environmental laws are being amended, and we are seeing the environmental regulations are coming right from the raw material. We are specifying about how much ash should be there in the coal, what type of chemicals should be in the process, like firecrackers is one of the example. Then process and even the products, we are talking about the product should be limited or confined to a particular specification. And this is getting more and more specific in the industrial sector also. I remember once, like metal industries, it was only one or two parameters, but now it is being expanded depending upon the type of industry. The new pollutants are emerging, and particularly VOCs, POFs, PFAS, and all others, they are putting additional barriers. Then, one of the best thing what we have in our regulations is the definition of the term environment and pollution. If we can definitely see the provision of the EP Act which defines this provision, and it is not an anthropocentric definition. It is a nature-centric definition, and that's why it is much more complex, and most importantly, it is a scientific definition. It relates the concentration of the pollutant with the health impacts, and proving a particular parameter as a pollutant itself is a very huge scientific task. So the challenge is, when we talk about standards, though the state pollution control boards are empowered to notify the standards, there are hardly 2-3 examples where the state boards notify the standards. Normally they adopt from whatever the central government does it. But frankly, the state boards are much more powerful in terms of Water and Air Act when we see about the notification of standard. And they can be leveraged using the benchmarking technique. But unfortunately, this is not really happening in the entire field. Now, coming to the monitoring, Sanjeev has already mentioned about that. It is most difficult part of the enforcement because collecting the sample and most importantly, that sample result should stand in the court of law. And that's why if we really see the statistics, there are hardly any criminal cases or prosecutions which are filed by the State Pollution Control Board. And yesterday there was discussion, even Water Act has been amended to include the minor penalties now as administrative penalties also. And more importance is given for the remote monitoring, sort of CAQMS or CEMS, drone monitoring also nowadays. And new pollutants are getting more, or rather discussion in the international debates, particularly the PFAS standard is really happening very fast. POPs and VOCs are being talked about. All of you are aware about SEPI and how SEPI was impacted by the VOC concentration. Now, another important part is actually third-party audit, and there is already draft MOEF has issued. In some states like Gujarat, it is already being practiced, but now MOEF wants to continue with all other. But when we say environmental audit, it's again one of the compliance which is added to the industry, but I don't know whether to call it as an opportunity assessment. If we can call it as an opportunity assessment, the industry may be more inclined to adopt to that. And the larger question what Sanjeev raised about QA/QC and the calibration and the reliability of the data. So what is happening on the regulatory side is the polluter pays principle is more expressively used. In fact, now practically every day we can see orders coming from the pollution control boards as well as institutions like NGT about penalties, and most of the states have now started imposing penalties for the non-compliances also in terms of bank guarantee or some other form. But at the same time, there is a focus on the remediation and restoration. Only for about talking, I will say, because actual implementation, actual success stories are hardly anything. So at the same time, we don't have any fundamental research, because this is one area where I feel, as now I'm in the academic area, there is fundamental research is absent on the scientific method for polluter pays principle. We don't know how much, who has caused how much pollution, to what extent, and how to convert that environmental damage in the monetary terms. There are hardly any examples, and there are hardly any proven research to do that. Similarly, there are hardly any research available on the remediation and restoration also. We have certain case studies like Kodaikanal running for years together, maybe 8 to 10 years. But there is no documentary evidence or there is no research published on the remediation. So why I'm saying so, these pose huge risk to the industry. Once there is a complaint and when there is a proven non-compliance, then the entire liability, what we call it as absolute liability on the industry to remediate. And that uncertainty can be very costly, very tedious, and can definitely pose a risk, a reputation risk also. The other important part is the EPR, and all of you know about EPR now. EPR is now being treated as a regulatory tool, and particularly for the metal, this might come in a very significant way. Automobile industry is already talking about 20% recycled products. Already we have some sintering products and something like that. But the emerging areas, one thing is very clear, the pollution control and environmental compliance is not only the domain of pollution control boards now. There are multiple players which are coming on the table. So we have financial institutes which are coming in a very, very big way. Like SEBI or financial institutes, they have certain norms. Like if you want to get funds from any international financial institutions, they will have their own environmental norms, their own environmental due diligence procedures, and you will have to comply for that. And there is an expressive demand, like even SEBI has come out with BRSR, now BRSR core, ESG format, and definitely all this data is in the public domain. Shareholders are entitled to know your performance. And there is more and more scrutiny of the data which is published now. First 2 years, everybody accepted whatever it is. But now there is a larger scrutiny, in-depth analysis, like GHG scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 now from this year. And maybe in coming days, scope 4 is already being formulated. So I think there are huge challenges as far as the disclosures are there. The other challenge is climate litigation. In India, we don't treat climate or the carbon dioxide as regulatory process. It is coming as a voluntary compliance, but there are already moves. There are judgments also in Europe as well as America on the climate litigation, and day is not far off in India. Even here also we can adopt that as an international law, and courts can promulgate certain decisions on that. Fortunately, till date, we don't have any climate-related decision per se. But yes, days are not far off. And the other challenge actually is the recycled contents in terms of percentage and standards. Like road construction, already World Bank is talking to the suppliers and the contractors that minimum 20% of the raw material should be procured from the recycled products. Automobile industry is also talking about 10 to 20% in Europe, but in India, they are talking about 10% at this stage. So from all sides, I think there are things happening and which are affecting the environmental performance of an industry. The new trend, I will call the economic instrument, is one of the important regulatory mechanism which is emerging. From environmental regulator point of view, the penalties, polluter pays principle, precautionary principle, all are putting this economic instrument. Pollution Control Board nowadays take the advanced bank guarantee for performance of the ETP. And if there is a non-compliance, simply the money is taken off. So that's one of the way, and that is putting, and once the bank guarantee is forfeited, it has to be disclosed as per the Companies Act. And I'm sure all of you know the amendments in the Company Act where directors are accounted for the environmental performance. Not only independent directors, but even the directors. In fact, under the Water Act, already the directors are responsible, but Companies Act also has 63, if I'm not wrong, or 113. The other important part is the digitalization. So the world is really undergoing the digitalization process, and particularly the supply chain digitalization is happening very, very fast. Cleaning the supply chain is our sustainable procurement practices. It is being digitalized. You can see particularly in textile sector, if you go to H&M or Marks and Spencer website, you will get all the data about from where they are sourcing and what is the carbon footprint of all those vendors also. And the debate, that's why, is now coming on the circular economy. And practically every industry is talking about circular economy. Earlier it was 3 hours, now we are talking about 12 hours, and digitalization and standards are the ways to deal with that. So coming from the academics, what I found actually in the if I see the industry, regulator, people, and the academia, this quadrangle, there are huge opportunities for the collaborative research. It's not only the focused research, but collaborative research, where the industry need to drive the research. Unfortunately, all the time the government is expected to drive the research, but it is the industries which need to drive. They can collaborate with the regulator or people or academia. There is no fence sitting now. You have to jump in because the challenges are quite large. The decarbonization is being talked about everywhere, but there is no coordinated research. It is all trial and error sort of thing happening within the industry. No data is published, no data is authenticated or verified, and that's why it is a really big question. And once you are going for certification, then it needs to be validated, verified also. The other area of research is the legacy waste. And I think this is one area where very fast steps have to be taken. Earlier, pollution control boards were not having sufficient resources, but now I think most of the boards are quite rich with the money, and thanks to NGT orders and all those things. So there is no harm. I think immediately some amount needs to be spent, and now I think few days back there is again an order of the pollution control board that money has to be used for that purpose only. So I think this is a high time the state boards should take the legacy waste related research. Similarly, in the polluter principle, who will pay, how much to pay, and all other questions need to be answered. But the larger debate, which in fact has already started in the country about the mission life, and that is nothing but green growth. We want to reduce our consumption holistically, and that's, I think, one of the way, and that's why there is always conflicting. The industry will like to have a green economy, but as a societal objective, we should have green growth or a life statement as one of these things. So I think these are some of the points I talked about, but ultimate aim in combination of this is the compliance is a continuous challenge, no doubt about that. I can appreciate, having worked in the Pollution Control Board and NGT, that the non-compliance is always costly, it is tedious, inconvenient, and has a huge reputation risk. I'm sure if Pollution Control Board issues some closure notice and it comes in the newspaper, the share market will respond to it. No doubt about that. But if you are compliant, in fact, you are not recognized. That's the only problem here. I think the regulator need to recognize, facilitate the performer also. So that positive angle, because once we are talking on the legal side, the compliant is not really recognized, but non-compliance is definitely has to be taken cognizance of. So obviously, there is a huge debate on this decarbonization, which is a complementary. In fact, all of these are complementary to each other. Pollution control, environmental compliance, or rather these decarbonization efforts or circular economy, all of them are interlinked and they will benefit each other. There is a money in the climate part, because every funding agency, they will try to link all the funding to the climate-related funding. So no harm if you designate any project as a climate-friendly project, but it's going to affect or it is going to improve the pollution control in a significant way. So I will like to stop at this stage, but we can take few questions. Already we are quite late. We can take one or two questions if required. So thank you.
Thank you, esteemed Chairperson and the speakers. May I request Dr. Neha Ranjan Sahu, Chief Environmental Engineer from Orissa Pollution Control Board, to please join us on stage and do the honor of presenting small tokens of love to the esteemed Chairperson and speakers. Thank you. Dr. Ajay A. Deshpande for so wonderfully chairing the session. Thank you. Dr. M.P. Patil for joining us virtually. Thank you. Shri Sanjeev Kanchan for your expert guidance, sharing your thoughtful insights. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Chairperson. That was quite an enlightening session. I think with all the back-to-back informative session, the platform itself, the conference itself is becoming such a great success. We can't thank our speakers and chairpersons enough for their contribution in making these sessions so insightful. Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for doing the honors. I'll request Shri Rabinarayan Prishti from the host team to join us here and have some important announcement.
Thank you. I don't want to come on the way of the lunch, but important thing is that today morning we discussed that the time, importance of time. In spite of that also, we failed to stick to our schedule. So we are left with half an hour for lunch, and we have to assemble here by 2:10 p.m. sharp, because the valedictory session at, had to start at 4:30. We are expecting senior officers, and also in between principal secretary skill development and technical education is also coming. So we have to stick to the time. Kindly cooperate in that. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick lunch and come back to your seats by 2:10. Thank you.
Check, check one. Check one. Check. Check, check one, two. Check.
Hello. Sri Sarath Yadav, sir, head of ICICI Bank, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. May I request you, sir, to come up on the stage? Sri Sarath Yadav, head of ICICI Bank, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. May I request you, sir, to come up on the stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, the delegates, guests who are still outside, quickly finish your lunch, come back to your seats. We are starting the post-lunch session with technical session number 7, and the theme is financing for achieving net zero. The chairperson for this session is Shri Ajay Srivastava, former ADG, DGFT, founder, Global Trade Research Initiative, an Indian Trade Service, 1989 batch, part of India's WTO and FTA negotiating teams, has an MBA from ISB. The speakers for this session, Shri E. Nandagopal, Director, Grant Thornton, has more than 10 years of experience in management of national international projects, collaborated with the World Bank, UNDP, UNEP, IFC, and ADB, has a BTech from VIT, MTech from TERI. Shri Manoj Mahata, GIZ, GmbH, New Delhi, has more than 25 years of experience in technical management, has a bachelor's in engineering degree from Karnataka University, MBA, Pune University. And the last speaker for this session, Shri Sharath Yadav, Head Odisha and Chhattisgarh, ICICI Bank, has more than 15 years of experience in ICICI Bank across different management verticals like retail, business, rural, and inclusivity. He has a BA from DU, MBA from IRMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the chairperson and the speakers for this session as they talk about financing for achieving net zero. That's a big goal, so let's see what our speakers have to say about it, and may I request the host team to present bouquets of fresh flowers to dignitaries on stage. It's a wonderful occasion to have dignitaries with such specific expertise and experience coming together as one team at one technical session, sharing their thoughtful insights, their views and perspectives. We welcome you, gentlemen. And may I request the chairperson to take the session forward, sir.
Very good afternoon, distinguished guests and my learned panelists. The session is after lunch, so we'll try to keep it as simple as possible and short also. You know, it's such a welcome break for me coming from Delhi's biting cold. Escaping from it, it's such a welcome. So coming back to the topic. So our topic says financing for net zero. So let's understand the basics. So here are some new terms, net zero. So we need to understand what is net zero, how to achieve this, and how to get money for achieving these goals. So what is net zero? Most of you are from the metal industry. So we take the example from the metal industry only. Metal industry contributes to over 40% of the global industrial emissions. The steel industry alone contributes to 8 to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. If we add the fossil fuels, which generate most of the electricity, which runs most of the cars. And I am talking about coal, oil, crude oil, natural gas. The greenhouse gases emissions is continuously increasing. In fact, I can say the prosperity we see around our country or the world is mostly linked in some way to the rise in consumption of the fossil fuels. But fossil fuels, they emit greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide is the main greenhouse gas. And the studies, they say that the greenhouse gases, they trap heat in the atmosphere, which leads to the rise in Earth's average temperature. So the studies say that if we compare the temperatures of pre-industrial period, now what is pre-industrial period? They say 1850 to 1900, the average temperature was 13.9 degrees centigrade. And the temperature has already risen from that 13.9 by 1.4 degree. Now the studies say that if temperatures rise by 1.5 degree by the turn of this century, we have whole of the century ahead of us, then climate disasters will take place. We are already looking at many climate shifts, unwanted climate shifts. So they say the use of fossil fuels mostly, other sources also there, it gives rise to the gases, greenhouse gases in the atmospheres, which raises the temperature of the Earth. And if the temperature rises beyond a certain limit, then it's bad for all of us, bad for the Mother Earth. So this fact has been recognized. International cooperations have started to solve this problem and cut the emissions. In 2015, the process started long back, but 2015, over 200 countries, they came together and they signed Paris Agreement, which essentially said that we have to cut emissions so that the temperature rise is limited to just 1.5 degree compared to the pre-industrial period. It's very difficult. If we compare the pollutants emitted in the atmosphere, in 1970, we emitted about 15 billion tons of carbon dioxide, and today it's 55 billion tons, more than 3 times. So cutting this back is difficult, which means making things in a different way where emissions are limited. So net zero talks about that every country has to make efforts to cut its emissions to almost zero level. How to do that? For example, if I take the example of steel industry, we know we use blast furnace, we use electric arc technology, and we are talking about using power generated through green hydrogen, renewable power transported through using green hydrogen, and doing so many changes. All this requires money. So whatever is the existing system, cars we are running, we are talking about EV as a solution. The steel industry we are running, we are talking about green hydrogen and some other process changes as a suggestion. Similar changes are being tried in almost all the sectors that give rise to the emissions. But the most important point is, say, for energy, which contributes to 75% of the emissions. Energy, we get energy from coal, oil, natural gas, and we say, no, nothing doing. None of this is good enough. They all cause emissions. We have to make their use, we have to cut them, we have to eliminate their use. How to eliminate? Use renewable energy, solar, wind. So you're all experts. We know there are limitations of solar being intermittent, and the intensity is not so good. So green hydrogen jumped into the fray for transporting the energy generated through, say, wind. Again, the technology limitations are there. Now, so essentially to solve the net zero issue, we have to use new technology to cut emissions, and that's where financing comes. Now, for me, the key issue in financing is this. Now, I think like a bank person, I'll be very happy to happy and willing to finance a new technology for cutting emissions. But green steel may cost 2x the normal steel cost. But the steel remains the same. The green is just the process. Steel is no different. So as a bank, will I see that even if the cost is 2x, how should I finance it? How should I justify the gains? So it's going to be expensive. And that's where the private sector role alone cannot be adequate. And that's where government and international cooperation chips in. I'll stop at this point and invite my fellow panelist, Mr. Nand Gopal, to say a few words. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to all. I thought that the session after lunch is going to be very difficult. But what's difficult is the session after lunch on a 2-day conference when you're speaking on a day 2. And I see a lot of people getting involved among themselves. I would request a little bit of attention. As the context is set by our session chair, we are in an era where the targets which the technical organizations like Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change is asking us to achieve looks quite unachievable and quite challenging. 1.5 degrees is something which you hear a lot, and most of the developing and emerging economies say that we are with you, we will achieve 1.5, just help us finance this. How do we finance this, right? So there are many mechanisms which will be spoken of. We have diverse perspective, we have an international development agency and a private bank. But what my talk for next 10 minutes is going to be on what's carbon markets, what role it can play, and a bit of lifting the haze or cloud around these words, because as industrialists you hear these words, offsets, credits, markets. So what I will try to do is that give a clear understanding what these terms are and how we can leverage these instruments. So very simple, if let's say you have a land lying around and you use that land to do some plantation, and because you have done plantation, now that plants absorb CO2 from atmosphere, and hence you have reduced CO2 from the ambient. This can be claimed as a carbon offset. Now, why is it called offset is that you have done afforestation, you have removed carbon, but it is of no value to you. What you will do is that you will go to, say, this particular industry, he says, my emission is high, you sell me this offsets. So you have saved, say, 10 tons of CO2, I take this and give it to an industry. Who is emitting? Who is still using coal? So, but this is called offsets. So a project is done by somebody, but an industry or a body buys it. That's an offset. Now, the term which is called credit, carbon credit, that is something similar, but it has a regulatory aspect to it. Let's say, how many of your industries are part of PAT scheme, perform, achieve and trade? Many large industries, they all have PAT scheme. So government does not say you do it, they mandate you, they give you targets, right? That it's mandatory for you to reduce your energy intensity. So carbon credit is when you have a mandatory scheme where as an industry or as a body you are mandated by a government or a regulatory body to reduce emissions, then those emissions are quantified as credits. And why credits? In the coming slides you will get to know. So again, offsets is something which is largely nature-based, to some extent solid waste management, some renewable projects. And when those credits are sold or bought in a mandatory or a compliance ecosystem, that becomes a carbon credit. Now, there is offsets, there are credits. How do you buy? There should be a marketplace, right? Like e-commerce like Flipkart and Amazon where you buy and sell things. Similar to this, where can this carbon credits be bought or purchased? That marketplace is called carbon market. And carbon market can be of different types. What we are looking at here is, as I said, when you are not mandated and you are doing things voluntarily, those are called, on the right side if you see, the voluntary scheme or the carbon offset schemes. Many of the projects like agriculture projects, forestation projects, solid waste management where you're reducing methane emissions, they get registered in schemes like VCS, Verified Carbon Reduction Standards, Gold Standards, Article 6.4, Clean Development Mechanism. These are not mandatory. These are voluntary mechanisms where people like those who are doing these kind of projects, they go and register themselves and they register their carbon offset units, and industrialists or corporates, they purchase these units. These are voluntary in nature. And when you say voluntary, so it's either to meet your own sustainability or net zero commitment, or you want to showcase yourself as a company committed towards sustainability. On the other hand, you see on the left side is a compliance mechanism. So, for example, Europe has an emission trading scheme. China and Korea have an emissions trading scheme. Soon after election, India will have its own emissions trading scheme coming live. In these trading schemes, you identify entities, like how you have designated entities under the PAT scheme. You identify entities who are emitting more and give them targets. Now, what kind of targets? I will show some. There are two mechanisms essentially. I would speak about them in the next slide. So, but these emission trading systems are mandatory in nature. You have to oblige. If you don't meet those targets, you will be penalized. And these penalties generally are market driven, and in advanced economies, the penalties are very high. And in developing economies, the penalties start low, but gradually with the period of time, it increases. Now, if you look at the compliance market, one of the most well-established market is the European Union's emission trading scheme, EU ETS. How does this work? Is that, let's say, I am a steel producer. I produce, say, 10,000 tons in a year. I'm a medium-sized producer. 10,000 tons is my production. So the EU will say that, okay, for the 10,000 tons you're producing, we allocate to you this many tons of CO2. So this is your allocation. That means you have to be within that limit. And let's say the teal bar which you see, free allowance, that's something which is allocated to me. And let's say I don't take any action on energy efficiency or adoption of renewable or process optimization. I don't do anything. And my actual emission comes higher than that free allowance. In that case, for the difference, I'll have to pay. How do you pay? Either you actually reduce, or you have to purchase the carbon credit, purchase the allowances. So in EU ETS, they call it allowances. It is nothing but a form of a carbon credit which you purchase from the market. Now, where this will come from? Let's say there is an industry B which has achieved their target, overachieved their target, they can sell these. So that's how the mechanism. But here it is on an overall allowance base. So you get an allowance based on which you sell. This is on total quantum. Whereas if you look at India, India's carbon credit trading scheme has been developed, has been presented to various stakeholders, and is expected to be live right after the elections, sometime in June. I was fortunate enough to be part of that team for over a year, which led to development of the carbon credit scheme in India. So this is what looking at the industries at this point of time, and they're focusing on intensity-based target, because India is a growing economy and many industries have rapid growth trajectories, and they can't be given a total allocation, because if your total production goes high, then your emissions are going to substantially increase and burden you, which is like inhibiting growth. So they're going on an intensity approach. So let's say you emit, as of now on the base scenario, 2.2 tons of CO2 to produce 1 ton of steel, just an example. And let's say your target is 2.1. And if you do a lot of, say, VFD, waste heat recovery, maybe you had an old arc furnace, you got a new DC-based arc furnace, you did a lot of recommendations you have implemented over the year, and you have achieved during that period, say, 2 ton. So 0.1 per ton of steel, you have achieved extra saving. That becomes your credit. So how the credit is calculated is if you look at, like, say, for example, the production was, say, 10,000 tons, just as an example. You have saved 0.1 units additional, so you get 1,000 tons of CO2 is the additional saving, so you get 1,000 carbon credits. Each credit is 1 ton of CO2. So this carbon credit is something which can be tradable in the market. So a lot of dialogues which happened during the consultations from industries was that when PAT started, the rate of e-certs were quite high, and over a period of time through market governed values, the value fell, and it wasn't making economic sense. But here government is trying to set up a floor value so that it does not fall quite low. And this additional cost, when you go for GHG reduction, you have a lot of cost. You have projects which have paybacks more than 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. So this additional cost will help you bridge some of that viability gap. So that's how, so this mechanism is a market-based mechanism which is helping you use market mechanism to finance your projects. Now, I'll give a bit of a snippet on how India's carbon market is going to work once it comes in, because all of you will be, large industries will be mandatorily part of it, those who are in PAT. So PAT is presently working in a 3-year cycle. However, the targets under carbon credit scheme will be annual targets. But because government wants to give the industries time to transition, they would define a 6-year target, a 3-year target, and then that target will be broken down to first year, second year, and third year, and it won't be broken down equally. It would be lesser for the first year, and it will increase progressively. And then what will happen is that first would be establishing your emission intensity. Like how you have a Form 1 which you fill to establish your energy intensity using normalization factors and everything. Similar way, you will establish your GHG emission intensity. And for the next 3 years, you will say my growth projection is this much and my emissions would be so and so. Based on which the government will give you a target to reduce your emission intensity. And those will be on an annual basis monitored and reported. And if you see the intensity trajectory would be developed by the entity, the obligated entity, which is industry, and the targets will be set by administrator. The obligated entity, so the term obligated entity refers to the designated consumer under PAT scheme. And they would be monitoring and reporting their progress. There will be, like how they were accredited energy auditors, similar way there will be accredited carbon verifiers, which would be trained by the government and by ISO 14064 series. They will verify and assess the performance. Once the assessment is done, the issuance and trading of carbon credits will take place. And the compliance assessment has to be done by the obligated entity, followed by the verification check wherever necessary. So this is a cycle which will run on an annual basis. This is something which has been notified by government, and various, close to 8 consultations are done. I think it's because of election that it has got delayed, otherwise it would have got launched by 1st of April itself. Now, one final thing I want to touch upon is, already there is PAT, so there are a lot of e-certs in the market. There is REC, Renewable Energy Certificates in the market. So what will happen to those? So they will get converted to equivalent carbon credits. So if you see one REC is 1 megawatt hour, so whichever year that REC corresponds to, looking at the grid emission factor from CEA for that particular year, they get converted to an equivalent converted carbon credit. And hence, those who have e-certs and RECs, this is for developers and industries both, they can take benefit of this, and those equivalent carbon credits can also be traded. Apart from this orange one, which is a mandatory one, which we discussed right now, the government is also coming up with a voluntary offset market, which is nothing but what we started off with, where somebody is working on an smart agri project or a forestation project or a carbon removal project where you're removing carbon from the atmosphere. They can also be converted to carbon credits and used. So this was all the background of how the carbon credits are generated, how they will be traded, what kind of benefits it will have. But before you get to this, I like to present this slide wherever I go, because a lot of actions are being taken by industry on an ad hoc basis. What I call this is as a carbon management hierarchy, which means where you should start first so that you get maximum benefit. So first is avoid something called, if you can do some process improvement, process innovation, where you can rethink some processes in a way that the carbon intensity comes down, that's where the maximum benefit is. This could be as ad hoc as, say, going for electric arc furnace, or there could be minor changes in your process as well. The next would be going for demand side energy efficiency improvements, which most of you are doing through PAT scheme. And the third one, because once you have reduced your overall requirement of energy, then you look at renewables. But I've seen many industries, without working on a process improvement or efficiency, they directly go that let us put 50 megawatt renewables, let us put 100 megawatt renewables. That's the step 3 actually. And once you have done all this and still you have residual emissions, only then you go for something called offsets, which we have discussed. With this, I will stop and I'll hand it back to the session chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Nand Gopalji. Carbon markets are an integral part of climate financing, and thanks for demystifying it for all of us. May I now invite our next panelist and the final panelist, Mr. Manoj Mehtaji, to share his perspectives.
Thank you. Dear friends on the dais and of the dais, this is a really good gathering on the post-lunch session of the second day. I think this is quite interesting, and probably sector people, industry people are concerned about their future, that this is the subject we have to understand very critically, very in depth, because now this is the high time when we are growing at slightly faster rate. This is probably the right time to understand in which direction we have to either change the gear or change the direction. So this is good, but why I am here when I got the invitation? Actually, I'm an energy sector player, and we as a GIZ are a knowledge provider to Government of India, state government, and many other countries. So it is a German development agency. We work in 120 countries, basically under bilateral or multilateral cooperation. And we provide technical input where we feel there is a gap to bridge. And so far, as on my personal capacity in GIZ, we have assisted 6 states in developing state energy action plan. This is not electricity planning, this is multi-sectoral, data-driven scientific planning. And Odisha was one of them. West Bengal, Goa, small, big, good growing state, not so good growing state. All set of state are giving us one confidence that, yeah, state, although presently they do very sectoral, departmental, incremental kind of planning, but they understand that this way probably things will not move in long run. So they invited us, they supported us, which is very unlikely in spite of their busy schedule. Their political and other to-do mandate right now, which probably they were supposed to do yesterday. In spite of that, they have supported us to develop their very own state-level plan, and these are strategic plans. What we have done under that planning, and that is the context of how we should go net zero. Every sector are connected with other sector. For example, mining and metal sector. Your carbon emission is heavily dependent on transportation. And that transportation, you don't have much role, even if you are a very good federated industry body, but you cannot influence that sector. Then there are state, national, nation to nation or international boundaries, which we cannot control. But collectively, I think if we understand where we are right now and what are the technology, process, fund, knowledge, practices, rather best practices available, what are the compliances coming our way, probably we can take a very systematic planning, be it very immediate planning, mid-term or long-term. In net zero context, I think you people are better aware about the technology and schemes available. And all technologies cannot be adopted in any given time. For example, even if you are having a very proven, old, and widely accepted technology, blast furnace technologies, for example, and you are on the 10th or 15th year of using that technology, you are at least 15, 20 more years to go with that technology. Only thing is you can make certain other processes more efficient so that you can save money, you can save emission, reduce emission. And you can earn more profit out of the same thing, and you can fulfill the compliances imposed on you all of a sudden or growingly. So those technologies are there. But as an individual unit owner, the moment you will go outside of the room, you will think your own challenges and opportunities. You will not think sectorally. That is the problem. There are few instances where particularly MSME sector in this sector, they are coming together and trying to solve some sort of problem through joint cooperation. For example, services, certain services, be it compliance monitoring and all other things, that they are trying to do. Training and capacity building, they are joining hands together so that they can hire somebody. So these are certain changes happening very rapidly in the sector. And as far as money is concerned, monies are coming where there is a seriousness. I see from outside as a catalyst to different sector. International agencies, international funds, grant are flowing to those states where the policies and regulations are very well managed by the state and the national authorities, where industry bodies are very active and they are actually doing very sensitive or taking very sensitive and timely action from their end. Because whenever there is a international money, like we are also using that kind of money. So the problem with us is we have to show result. What is the impact of, for example, if I am doing capacity building of one industry body or unit owner, then they will say, what is the impact of your training and capacity building input? Are they switching to alternative technology, alternative methods? With your input, are they preparing good bankable document and securing finance from whatever channel of financing is available to them. If it is not, then next time I will think thrice to come and support those unit owner or industry association. So I am saying, and you know better what are the private or government sector banks in which conditions giving money to you. And I'm more focused towards SME sector because big sector people understand global dynamics. It is very easy for them to change state, to change country and set up big business. They know how to grab the bigger market, global market. That is there. But only thing is, unless until the ecosystem is enriched enough, the financial opportunities, even if they are coming holistically, particularly in India, it will be very difficult to grab that opportunity. And hopefully, there won't be any missed opportunity in next 2-3 years by everyone. So we need preparedness. So the challenges, if I say, one, I'll say the barrier to access to finance is knowledge-based barrier. Most of the MSME sector or even mid-level industry owners or bodies are clueless about how to engage knowledge partner collectively, individually to solve this kind of problems. So maybe one person is having very good knowledge, but the moment he or she is leaving one organization, then there is all of a sudden little bit of slowness coming into that areas. Second is cost of capital. This is nothing new. If you need money, there is a cost to that money, and that is also all of a sudden technology adoption, process adoption becoming a challenge for mid and small sector. And then the credit worthiness. And credit worthiness is basically how meticulously you are following the process, keeping records, abide by the norms, be it emission norms, environment and other norms. So I think this is high time we need to organize ourselves, and the ecosystem is getting richer and richer, better and better every passing day. So I think there is a very hopeful situation coming. An ecosystem is already under construction. Probably after this election, as you are saying, the Indian carbon market will open up a bit and extend good opportunity to all, behind and above whatever free money, grant and this kind of technical national or international funds available for soft supports. So I think we should prepare ourselves individually and collectively to grab this opportunity. I don't see much challenges. Challenges are known to you. These are unusual, as usual in nature. So I think we are on the right track as an industry, and we have a commitment also, starting from, I think GSW has committed by 2035 till 2070, we have to achieve this net zero target. How quickly, how effectively we can do it is what we need to decide. Thank you.
Manojji, thank you very much. Please stay there. Please stay there only. So we are almost running out of the time. One quick question. You have to reply within 1 minute. What roles can international development agencies can play in climate financing?
Okay, international fund and international inputs are basically institutional in nature. So, for example, we are assisting for coal sector just transition plan. We are helping state. So only thing is, if state and policy and regulation related thing. So whenever there are data-driven policy assessment or policy development things are required, by state or nation or some agencies, then we are there to help.
Thank you. So my final question is with Mr. Nandgopal. Nandgopal ji, request you to please name some innovative financial instruments which can be used for financing climate-related issues.
Yes. I think apart from the traditional way of financing, what's largely being used in developed countries is green bonds. They are sustainability or GHG-linked bonds which are at a very lower rate. Like if I have to give an example, France recently issued green bonds to upgrade and renovate and extend the life of nuclear power plants. These bonds were issued at an interest rate of 3.75% and for a 3.5-year period. So though in a country like India, it won't be at that low rate, but still it will be far lower than what a conventional lending rate is. That is going to play a very important role. And finally, in order to attract any kind of finance, it's important that firms take firm ESG steps and they get themselves rated because higher ESG rating, it's quite evident that will help you attract better finance at a lower cost of financing.
So thanks Nandgopal ji, thanks Manoj ji. So it's time to sum up within a minute. We are running out of the time. We have seen what net zero is, what carbon markets, how they operate, and Manoj ji's very passionate appeal about how to go about this. See, many changes are happening in this field, almost on monthly, if not daily basis. And many experts are there, many papers are there, many conferences are there, almost all the countries are there. A lot of things are there to learn for everybody. The things are evolving and there is no expert on this. So the field is evolving, wide open for you. We cannot escape it. So it's better we devote some more time, some more understanding by participating in conferences like this and talking to our friends and experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, esteemed chairperson and speakers. May I request from the host team, Engineer P.K. Mahalik, to please join us on stage and present tokens of love to the dignitaries on the dais. And can we have a round of applause for that absolutely informative session? That focused on financing for achieving net zero. I think we're all going back home with a lot of information, upgraded knowledge, technical know-how, and that is the basic objective behind curating and creating a platform like this. Thank you so much, esteemed chairperson. Thank you, speakers, once again. Thank you so much, Engineer Mahalik, for doing the honors. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's raining enlightenment and insight at the National Green Metal Conference 2024. I think the host team deserves a big round of applause for all the hard work, ensuring that everything is in place and well taken care of. And with that good vibe, we are quickly moving to the next session, that is technical session number 8. That will be focusing on need for talent cultivation for climate-friendly technology. Well, after safety, after net zero, it's time for climate-friendly technology, hunting the right talent. That is exactly what this session will be focusing on. And as the speakers for this session, we will be having Shri Sushim Banerjee, Director and CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. He has been a former Chief Risk Officer in SAIL and instituted Enterprise Risk Management in plants and other units of SAIL. Holds a PG degree in economics, has been conferred with a gold medal from Presidency University, has undergone training for industrial research at Fordham University, New York in 1988. As the speaker, we will be having with us Shri Krishna Kumar Padi, Cluster HR Head, Odisha, and mining at Hindalco Industries. He has more than 3 decades of experience in HR practice and worked as head of HR for many organizations, including Hindalco, Ultratech, and Lafarge. Holds a LLB degree in civil labor laws from Utkal University, MA Sociology from Nagpur University, and MBA from Asian Institute of Management. And as the last speaker for this session, we will be having Shri Subhadeep Khan, a VP HR, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He is also a CHRO, Balco Vedanta, and part of a Manco and Exco member. He has more than 20 years of experience in different management verticals in metal and mining sector, won the 2022 Titan Business Award as Indian Achievers Award category. I'll request the speakers to please join us on dais, and we are waiting for the arrival of our esteemed chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the presence of esteemed chairperson for this session, esteemed Principal Secretary, Department of Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, someone who's known for her out-of-the-box thinking, someone who is unconventional, breaks the glass ceiling, and always delivers more than she commits. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the esteemed chairperson and the speakers. May I request Madam Usha Padhi, Shri Sushim Banerjee, Shri Krishna Kumar Padhi, and Shri Subhadeep Khan to join us on stage for a session that focuses on need for talent cultivation for climate-friendly technology. Shri Sushim Banerjee is the Director and CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Shri Krishna Kumar Padhi is the Cluster Head, HR, Odisha and Mining at Hindalco Industry. And Shri Subhadeep Khan is VP HR, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Can we have a round of applause for the esteemed chairperson and all speakers? And may I request the host team to join us on stage and present bouquets of fresh flowers to the panel. I would like to quote the god of technology here, Steve Jobs, who once said, "Good technology amplifies good leadership." And as we have the market leaders here, the senior most professionals and a senior bureaucrat from Government of Odisha, I think it's time to upgrade ourselves to climate-friendly technology, pick the right talent so that we can substantially mitigate the risk of producing green metal. May I now request esteemed chairperson to take the session forward. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. People who are in the back side, are you able to see us, hear us? Okay. So if somebody is trying to have a quick nap, the responsibility of the person who is sitting next to them has to wake them up, because you cannot allow them to have that happiness when you are awake. Okay? So with that ground rule, I will start the session. I have been given 45 minutes. Now it is getting 3:15, so by 4 we should be going. And I have a very distinguished panelist here. Sushim Banerjee, he is CEO, India Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Mr. Krishna Kumar Padhi, Cluster HR Head, Odisha and Mining Hindalco Industries. And Subhadeep Khan, he is VP HR, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. It is expected maybe to give the key note by my side, and talk to, the panelist. But I will give away that key note, whatever. While summarizing, maybe I will say, and I'll see the time, and accordingly, if I manage it well, then I'll have the incentive of saying my keynote. Otherwise, maybe I will also have to skip that as a penalty. Okay? So I will request Sushim Banerjee to very briefly, I as Anchor was mentioning, will break the formalities. So there need not to be very formal way of going there and addressing, but I leave it to your comfort. I want each member to say around 5 minutes to 7 minutes about whatever you have to say. Maybe one round we can take the questions and try to answer them. And then maybe we'll make it, wind it up. So I'll request you, if you want to, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, you can say your thoughts, and then we'll take the questions again at the end. Thank you. You want me to get up? Morgeshanji, hope this structure is okay. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, madam. And good afternoon, everybody. For the last 1.5 days, we have been, and my special thanks to B.G. Patnaik Institute, Mr. Pritam, to organize this kind of seminar, and this is very appropriate today. Now, our session belongs to somewhat different than what you have so far listened to. That is, it is not only the technology for green transition, but also, we will shortly give you a brief of what we as the one of the councils for skill development in iron and steel sector proposes to do to address this very specific issue of carbon emission reduction. So basically it is a question of technology infusion. And as you know, other than land, labor, capital, the technology has a very specific role to play in order to enhance the productivity, income generation, job creation, etc. Now, what drives technology? Because that question, if you answer, then the question of skill development will automatically come. The question of carbon emission is automatically come. My point is saying that the different technologies that are there, other than specific decarbonization technology, it is all interlinked. This is a very beautiful way of summarizing the technology infusion. For instance, the first technology I will say, ESG, that is environment, social, and governance. All major industries, they are following this. That is, you are meeting your present requirement without without compromising on the ability of your future generation to meet their needs. This is a very, very responsible, work. And you will be happy to know that some of our large players have already been awarded this responsible steel unit. That means what they are doing, other than production and operation of meeting the needs of steel by the country and exporting steel, they are also acting as a very responsible unit so that the environment is clean and environment is not polluted. The second one is the circular economy. That yesterday there was a very big discussion on circular economy, reduce, reuse, remanufacture, and recycle. All these will lead to, the very special product, in steel, as you know, advanced high-strength steel. So there is a knack for all the steel producer to produce high-performance, low-volume steel. And once the volume is going down, there is a definite reduction in the carbon emission. So this is the contribution of the circular economy concept. That is, I can mention about compact steel strip processing. This is a endless casting, endless rolling, and near net shape casting. That means you abolish the hot rolling process together so that the steel that you are making is actually with much less carbon emission. The third technology is design technology. There is a sea change, there is a paradigm shift in steel design. And steel has got its strength in tension, and concrete has its strength in compression. So if you meet that, if you blend it, you get a steel concrete composite. And there is a new philosophy of low gauge steel frame. Now this is the new concept. Government of India, their Ministry of Housing has also adopted this. Already in Bangalore, houses are coming up, which is following this technology, which is low volume, very high performance steel, so that you get much less carbon emission from the steel that is being used. Now coming to decarbonization. Now decarbonization, what we have been hearing for the last 2 days is you are aiming at fossil-free technology. But the point is, can we forget about the role of coal that is playing? What about the job losses that will come? What about the job creation? Are you ready? And that is why the government of India has taken a pledge that by 1947, that means another 23 years, then only the fossil fuel, that is coal, will be substituted. Till that time, blast furnace will continue to use coal. The sponge iron units will continue to use non-coking coal. So the point is that I am trying to make is that there is a just transition, not rapid transition. And the recent report says that if you do the rapid transition from tomorrow, if like China has done, they have just closed the polluting industries, and they have suddenly said that we are pollution free. Now, if you do that, there will be 6 million jobs will be lost. But at the same time, through your reskilling, upskilling, which we are also doing, you can create jobs for 24 million. So that is the big number that is in the global case. In our case also, there will be, definitely there is an apprehension that just transition is the only way out, not a rapid transition. Now coming back to the, some of the areas where, development is taking place. For instance, solar power. Solar power and renewable energy has a specific role to play to reduce, carbon emission. And therefore you need, solar panel maintenance technician. You need a technician for solar plant maintenance. You need technician for solar panel installer. Then comes, the wind turbine. That is also another big area. We are not talking of onshore. We are talking of offshore wind turbine, which many countries, including Brazil, they are getting a very good electricity without, any carbon emission. So that also there is a need for, compact turbine. If it is a compact turbine, then you can also use the wind turbine in your house and get electricity out of that. So these are very good experimentation is going on. And so you require wind turbine operator. This is a specific job role that we have been also asked to create, and we are doing this content creation. The third one is that, what is called vehicle, electric vehicles. Now, electric vehicles, it is as you know, it is a lithium-ion batteries. That is the most that will be used. So battery will be very fast with this lithium-ion battery. That will be very fast charging battery. And if you do that, then there is no carbon is generated, in the whole process. And that is why our country is going ahead. About 25 to 30% of the auto sector is now two-wheeler electric vehicle. Even four-wheeler also electric operated vehicles have come on the road. Buses, transportation, the state government buses are already there, which is operating on, electric vehicle. So this area, you need a electric vehicle machinist. So this is a very crucial job role that one can say, so that we can address the problem of the finding the skilled manpower here. Then there is
Mr.
a
Banerjee,
hydroelectric.
Time to wind up.
So hydroelectricity. So there also, the energy has to be extracted out of the tidal waves. So a lot of research is going on. So there is you need, people to man those. So what I am saying that, and to top it all, there is a Industry 4.0, as you must have heard, the artificial intelligence, AR, VR, 3D printing, all these technology are intermixed. It is also helping the decarbonization technology. And here we are, producing micro-credentials, which is a very short-term course of 30 hours. And these are knowing people making them aware, workers as well as officers of the steel plant, that what role artificial intelligence can play. Because unless you are exposed to these new technology by training and by reskilling, you will not be able to appreciate that. And that is the whole purpose of this skill development that we are planning. So more so when the question answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciated your vision where it says the transition will not be complete unless it is properly planned. So now I'll request Mr. Padi to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Both dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak on this occasion. It's hello, hello. I am audible? Yeah, I said good afternoon to guests on the stage and off the stage. And thank you very much, the organizers, for inviting me to keep my side on this segment of the topic or segment of the discussion. So, first of all, I belong to a company which is world's most sustainable aluminum company in a row for last 4 years. That's Hindalco. And I'm also proud to be part of this Hindalco because this is the manufacturing company which is in the top 50 in the world as a great place to work. So that's the company I belong to. And my role is to look at HR in Odisha, all the manufacturing locations, as well as all the bauxite and coal mines all over India. So in my role, I come across several things. We look at to improve, to create a ecosystem wherein the climate-friendly technology will find its place, and the focus of all the population inside the factories, inside the mines, are on sustainability, are on the challenges posed by climate and how to come over that, tide over that. So my experience says, unless many people or all the people are involved with this process, they learn, they understand what is the climate-related challenges, and only few departments or functions work in every industry, or few departments work in every colleges or universities, that will not help us immensely in developing the talent to deal with the climate-friendly technology. What is required mostly is, first, to create that WIIFM. In MBA management parlance, we call it what's in it for me, WIIFM. Unless we all feel there is something in it for me, we do not try to learn something, do not try to connect to something, do not try to contribute to something. So it is very essential that we create awareness, wider awareness across, have our curriculums made in schools and colleges. Everyone has to go through that. Have our industry people getting educated or trained in what are the climatic challenges, what are the plans world over, what is the plan of the said industry to tide over it. Like Hindalco has taken a target that by 2050, it will be zero net carbon. So taking a target is another thing, but getting that done through the processes, through the technology, and through building the talent to use that technology is critical. So we need to have a culture of encouragement, appreciation, and promotion of such sustainable efforts in all the industries, so that people beyond the Department of Environment, Department of Pollution Control, Department of Sustainability also evince interest in what it is and how it can be improved everywhere. If you look at, it's the leadership who has to own it first. Because we always believe any culture, if you want to establish a new culture in any industry or any organization, it has to be top-down. If you think the bottom man or someone at the department or section level or the plant level, you will drive it, but nothing could be driven. So it is important the leader is himself believing in this, and he is equally responsible and accountable for driving the climate-friendly technology initiation and absorption into the industry. So once that is done, then you can also look at industry, academia, partnership, like Hindalco has gone for partnership with Greenco, and today only, while I am talking to you, Hindalco bought a stake of 26% in one of the renewable energy company based out of Bangalore, that is INA Renewable Energy. So we have just purchased a 26% stake in that today. So the outcome will be about 100 megawatt green power will be getting through that. Last year we have entered into another tie-up with Greenco, which will initially supply us about 150 megawatt of green power. And then subsequently it might go up to 300 plus megawatt of power. So that will help us produce more and more green aluminum. So we'll be using less coal through that. So along with that, we have also entered into two companies, that is Vale and Solius, so that they will help us in retrofit of our combustion system and make it usable for natural gas. So we're also eagerly outing for the gas pipeline that is being laid down by government. Anytime it might come towards that, towards the Sambalpur zone. We might be using that also. We are in talk with them. Finally, one more bigger aspect we are working with state government is 1,000-watt solar power plant, all floating. We are working in a floating power, solar power plant on the Mahanadi reservoir itself, which will be 1,000 megawatt capacity. So these are several efforts taken by Hindalco to get into the greener part of it, greener side of it. But all said and done, the green aspect will find its place, due weightage, provided we develop our talent around that. We develop all our population around that, develop all our employees around that, so that everyone at his own sphere work on the efficiency and try to save the fossil fuel and try to create more green and green energy around it so that the future is green for all of us. So finally, before I come to an end, I believe other companies are also doing similar bit of activities, taking initiatives in their own sphere to make it green. But please spread awareness, involve more and more people. From the childhood itself, let the school children be involved, let the college graduates be involved, let the employees be involved so that it gets a momentum and it gets into a movement kind of thing. Otherwise, unless it is a movement, we may not be able to achieve things, bigger things sooner. So that's my message on this. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paddy. How is the Josh? High or low? I wish that there is some coffee or tea is given so that they will not fall asleep. Huh? But I'm sure that the interesting topic and in a very succinct manner our panelists have put forth before you, I'm sure that there is something for everyone. So please try to think over that what is there for you. Now I request Mr. Khan to go to the podium and share his words.
Honorable member on the dais, dear senior colleagues, and all the audience, hearty good afternoon to you all. So to start with, it's great to have this conference at Bhubaneswar, not just because it's a beautiful city, but you know the name as suggests, it's Bhubaneswar, which is split from the name as Bhuvan and Ishwar. So Bhuvan is land and Ishwar is God. So it is a firm belief that land is God, and we are talking about green metal and protecting the land. If we reflect to our ancient manuscripts, few things which were mentioned there. Number one, it talks about Panch Mahabhutas, Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal, Prithvi. It's known as the web of life. And it says that if we touch the web of life, we are finished. Second, what's mentioned in Gita, Ishavashyam Idam Sarvam. It tells that environment and human sustainability are interconnected. You cannot affect it. The third part, and which is talked about very recently, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Earth is one family. So why I'm talking about all this? we at JSP believe in building nations. How we believe in building nations is all about having a strong foundation. Our country has a very strong foundation, and we are building a nation on this strong foundation. How we are doing it? We are taking care of this earth. We firmly believe on these concepts. We were the front runners in having EPD certification to have producing green steel in India. We were first in India to use syngas to produce steel through DRI route. We have the heat recovery technology, one of the best. We were second in the world and first to have it in the Angul plant. And it uses one of the greenest technology in India to produce steel. But it's all about, the people who are doing it, because we cannot build nation without the people. We cannot build the nation without, people doing it everywhere. So the talent landscape, how we define, we do it in 3 ways. Number 1 is awareness, number 2 knowledge, and number 3 encashing the knowledge. If we talk about it, it's about, we talk about backward and forward integration, but we also do a backward and forward integration for our talent. We starts with OPJS, OP Jindal School, wherein yoga, environment science, and other such qualifications are compulsory. All our students in the campuses are very much involved in protecting the environment, clearing the garbages, or focusing on the environment, bringing about the awareness. We have tied up and we have our own OPJCC, which focuses on skilling of the people of the nearby areas. It has a center in Angul, Bhubaneswar, all the areas, wherein we take the local talent who could not get the skill, we give them the skill and make them industry ready. Then we have OPJU, OP Jindal University, wherein again, it's about talent landscape in between interventions. Our employees get a chance to be there. Apart from that, we are also tied up with IITs for focusing on green technology. We are working with IIT Powai, very focused on the syn-glass technology and coal gasification portion, wherein the actual work is going on in having a zero-waste steel production system. We are focusing on having EVs. We are recently going ahead with 100% EV vehicles in the plant, as discussed with other colleagues also. But this is the way how we are operating. And I think doing this, it's not about just JSP doing it. I think if we all collectively focus on 3 aspects, number 1, awareness, number 2, knowledge and sharing of knowledge, not limiting this knowledge to single organization, but also spreading. Such conferences do a great job in this. And second, again, backward and forward integration of not just the production system, but also backward and forward integration of all the talent landscape. Thank you.
You have saved 3 minutes for others. Thank you. Now, maybe I'll take 3 questions together and I'll pose each one of them to address this. Do we have mic on the other side? Maybe 10 minutes, within 10 minutes I'll wind up. So maybe I'll go from the back side. Is anybody having the mic? Just stand up if anybody wants to have a question from the last 3-4 rows. No. That means what? You are so attentive and you don't want to ask the question, or you have not heard anything and you are not interested to ask the question? So one lady, yes, there. Yeah, please come forward and take the mic. Don't take me, otherwise I have given sufficient time here. I will give whatever time possible. Okay, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm audible?
Yes, please, very clear.
My name is Taranjeet Kaur Manhas. I'm a second-year MBA in Sustainability Management student from School of Sustainability, XIM University. Now, I understand that the conversation was on talent management or talent recruitment when it comes to technology field. But as an MBA student who's studying sustainability management, what are the skill sets that we must inculcate so that when we come into the industry, especially the manufacturing industries, what are the skill sets that we need to imbibe on and work on?
Thank you. So please note one of the person, not now, I'll take 2 more questions to save the time. No, I will rephrase it if you want. Next. Anybody in the middle? Middle is always saved, you know, like from the back and front. Anybody from the middle? Okay, here, yeah, front row. Just identify yourself, otherwise you'll not be able to come to you. Yeah.
I'm from SAIL, Steel Authority of India Limited. Myself, P. Banerjee. What does the panel consider artificial intelligence as a bane or a boon for skill development? Because whenever I give some job, people straight away go to ChatGPT and come out with whatever that comes out.
Okay, this question is to Mr. Paddy. He talked about some manufacturing and other things. One more, last. Yeah, please.
Very interesting topic. I'm from GIZ. I'm Manoj Mahata, either GSPL or Hindalco. Whatever you are institutionalizing in your respective zone, is it possible to replicate this thing through state machineries to other institute? Maybe mainstreaming education institute and then going to ITIs, so that we can actually take advantage of your learning and then helping government to replicate it.
Thank you. To first, Mr. Banerjee, the lady in the last row wanted to know, as a student, as a sustainable management student, what would be the skill sets, skill sets they would like to have, they should be having. So that is what her question is. So you are from the, maybe you can double up for your Sector Skill Council for Green Jobs.
Yeah, I now get your question. Actually, as I explained when I was speaking that, you know, there is a huge amount of technology intervention are taking place, huge amount, you know, starting from a very small infusion to very high-end technology. So you have to, the skill development part to address those technological intervention has totally, there is a shift. I would say it is a paradigm shift. This is the perfect blend of technical knowledge and skilling. Earlier, we have been told that, you know, you have to create a atmosphere for training, skilling people who are working or who will be joining the steel plant or your particular segment. So now there was a very much emphasis on skilling. But this time, this technology infusion has made us aware that there has to be a technical knowledge plus blending of technical knowledge with skill. And that is exactly what we are doing it in a small way, so that, you know, the job role that we are now framing to address those technological intervention requires, you know, some amount of knowledge in that particular area, which is a technical knowledge. And this technical knowledge can come by, you know, we are already requesting, Madam knows that, you know, in ITI curricula also, there is a sea change. They will also incorporate some of the technical. So business management also, you know, business management never addressed this, very little address to this, you know, technological intervention and what is the value, what is the impact. So business management curricula also needs a change in the sense that last month there was a meeting at IIM Calcutta, and there also we have said that, you know, these changes need to be there. IIM Calcutta is one of the very few IIMs who are, you know, drafting their courses, and one or two courses they have shown to us, which is very, very, you know, down to earth, and how the technology will be best utilized. And this is how the technical intervention will be.
Thank you. Mr. Paddy can answer the question of the participant from SAIL, and along with that, a bit very quickly, if you can add to what he has to mention.
What was the question?
Regarding the manufacturing, he said that whether
AI, yeah. So I'll come to that. So before that, let me add something to that MBA question. So MBA at entry point is okay. You got the technical qualification and you can be selected. But what more we look in as student when you go to campuses is the competencies apart from the technical or the functional skill set. Whether you have a drive to achieve or not. Whether do you have a learning aptitude, or you think you know everything now, by now. Whether you are innovative in your thinking, risk-taking or not. So several other skill sets we always look at while selecting students from campuses. And once you are on board, again, we do not leave you there. Apart from your structured training for first 1 year, we also take you through continuous education policies. Several of our efforts are there, like we have tied up with BITS Pilani, we have tied up with IIM Sambalpur. So we send our talented people who want to grow in the system and get to the leadership positions. So give them those kind of executive MBA programs or 2 years master degree, 2 years graduation program with BITS Pilani. So once you entered, then your qualification is no more it will not help you further to grow in the system.
If the lady is interested, maybe after the session you can call those person or you can discuss with offline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next.
So coming to the next question, AI is a pain or gain? It's always a gain. For manufacturing setups, we need to be into the predictive part of it. If we are always reactive, then we will not grow. We'll face all kind of troubles. And for any kind of predictive management, AI, the best weapon is AI. Okay, that will affect your number of employees there on board. It might eat into the jobs. But at the end of the day, AI will help you grow faster and better and more competitive. That's my answer.
Thank you.
Madam, I'll just supplement it. Like it had happened when computer came, and we were very much apprehensive what would happen, etc., etc. But now everybody has accepted that. Similar thing, AI. In some of the jobs, assignments, AI makes a huge impact. On the other hand, AI can be dampening also, and a lot of the data scientist, data entry operator, these jobs are really growing, so that AI is actually creating jobs. But at the same time, some of the jobs will be surplus,
obsolete.
because AI will replace those tedious jobs. So those repetitive jobs which our people have been doing, we have to reskill them in some other jobs. So that will be a continuous process. I think we should be agree to do that.
Yeah. Mr. Khan, about the...
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I have to put my foot down now. Please, Mr. Khan. Sorry for this. Maybe I have told already. The people are available after the session. You can spend more time. Okay, please. The third question was this side, which they mentioned about mainstreaming. Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely we need to do it. Because it's not about one or the rare steel plants doing it. It's about we can make a difference when the whole nation and all the plants are doing it, and this can only be done with government and central agencies support. So we need to do it. Second, we are very eager to collaborate with the agencies wherein we can move things so faster. It will be good for everybody. Because nowadays we had a student's question, so we went to placement to multiple colleges. I was surprised this year I was getting questions from the students rather, like what are you doing on sustainability, what is the AQI near your plants. So if this is the criteria, I think all the industries have to collaborate together, and that can only be done with support of central agencies and government agencies and all the institutes together.
Thank you. Mr. Padi, 1 minute, burning whatever you have to
It's
say.
one example only on AI.
Yeah.
I belong to that generation when AI was not thought of. AI was never there. Even computer courses came quite late. So believe me, the example is to stay kind of relevant in the industry spectrum. I am still now learning AI from one of the young engineers. I have gone for a reverse mentoring. One of my graduate engineers who has just joined, she is a champ in AI. I am learning AI from her. I went through an examination. Certain score came out. Then now she is working closely with me so that I learn something in 3 months. Again, there will be another examination, and then I'll have to qualify that. So that's the kind of way we are getting adapted to AI. Thank you.
Thank you. As per the Future of Job report of World Economic Forum, you can be satisfied that how many number of jobs which will be created by AI will be more than what number of the job which will be destroyed. So that is okay. So the gap, whatever is there, that is a consolation for all of us, but it requires continuous learning, skilling, and upskilling, reskilling, everything. So most of us who have crossed 40 years have to be very, very careful because we may become redundant, and it is for the people who are young, so I am sure that they will be able to cope up with these things. Thank you. So I had kept for myself 7 minutes, but now I have 6 minutes. So I have given to you 1 minute extra. Okay, friends, thanks a lot for hearing us. I have a responsibility of addressing you as a key speaker. I am here as a representative of Government of Odisha, taking care of the skill development and technical education department. This is my 27 plus year of service in the administration. So after all these years, when I came back to this department, I have to find a purpose, you know, like all of us have to see, I mean, like, because we go to, yesterday I was in some livelihood, then afterwards somewhere in aviation, now I am in skill development. So unless we have identified those purpose, we will not be able to get that passion, and I don't think any of us without wearing our passion on our shoulder will not be able to deliver. So I tell my people in the team that if there is something future, ours is futuristic department. Skill development is the in thing. So skilling is new currency. So all of us, what we are talking here, we are talking of need of our talent cultivation, that was the topic, for climate-friendly technology, which was given to us. So unless the processes, technologies are dealt by the skilled people who will be able to utilize it properly, there is no way we can be achieving that, whatever we are talking here, being a sustainable economy or reaching that sustainable progress or development. Friends, I am very aware that the latest trend, whether it has come out now, if there are two things which are going to change our future very drastically, is the technology which everybody is talking about, the disruptive technologies. It comes in a what way, what form, nobody knows, and we have to be preparing ourselves, and that is the mega trend which is happening. So the more than our imagination, it is going fast. The second is about the sustainability and the climate change, which we thought that it will not affect any of us, and it is a faraway phenomena, but it is happening in daily. Morning I heard the news that in Odisha, what did it say? Baisakaro kara ebbe e masare, something they said. Because since last 3 days, you can see how the weather has suddenly changed into very, very warm, whereas 1 week back it was cold and many people have brought out their sweater, which they thought that it will not be used in the winter. So it's happening right away with all of us. So for these two things, if we need to address, then we have to prepare ourselves. Then as I said, the people who are dealing with this have to be prepared. How do they prepare? That resilience, how we get is through skilling. We have the Sector Skill Council here, academia, the industry, everybody is here to discuss. Just to give a perspective. So if we see that around 25 million jobs are created only in energy sustainability, so in that 20 million jobs are supposed to be skilled, otherwise we'll not be able to manage those jobs. If we are saying in the circular economy, 78 million jobs would be created, that is around 7.8 crores of jobs. Around 7 crores of jobs, that is 70 million of people have to be skilled. The existing skill set may not work. So you can understand the criticality of the preparedness or criticality of the skilling. So making the skill development for forefront, I will come back to the Odisha's context. So Odisha has been a forerunner and always has been a progressive state for the rightful policy in the place. You might have heard about Skilled in Odisha brand. So it is said that the quality skilling has to be ensured. It is not just a rhetoric skilling or something. As Honorable CM's quotation everywhere we use, it is not just skilling, it has to be skilled in Odisha. If Mr. Khan come tomorrow to Odisha to recruit the people, then he should be having that assurance, no, skilling in Odisha happens, that I can take and these people are industry ready. That type of confidence and the branding we want to build. So that is how the policies have been framed in Odisha. Recently, you might have heard about the NOA Odisha. I would like to mention this in the rightful policy framework. This is one policy which McKinsey, whom we have requested to help us in preparing the strategy plan, said that nowhere in the country or in the global you have such scheme or from the government side. Why I am telling this? It is completely dynamic, completely agile. Anybody, whether in the industry, sector skill council or any academia want to skill the people, only they have to give the proposal. There is no unit norm, which is a usually parameter for the government, whether it is a PMKVY or GGSKY or whether it is our own government scheme. All were having some scheme or some framework, because in the government setup it is said that, okay, unless you have a proper thing, you will not be having, you will not be, take away those discretion and corruption angle. But here it is completely industry required framework where the industry can do their own training. They can also give us a proposal. They can take the candidates and they can utilize our resources for training in whatever way they want. Only thing we want is they should be properly skilled and they should be engaged. And it is also recognized that you will not be able to screen 100% as a ready for your industry, maybe up to 60, 70%, whatever. So for whether if we are going, yesterday GMR signed the agreement with us. Maybe in some of the courses of GMR, per candidate will be paying 1 lakh rupees. Maybe in some of the renew, maybe asking for 6 lakhs per candidate for training the people in the green jobs. So all are acceptable, provided they have to only convince us that this is a job which is going to transform the life of that person. That is the only criteria. That's why I said that it is very, very unique. Already 385 crores have been put in the pipeline, and based on the result, we will be working towards. This is an open invitation for all the industries to take the better benefit of this. Second is robust network we have in Odisha, the skilled, the delivery mechanism. Whether it is a short-term skill where we have a decentralized skilling model at district level, we can think of where the bottom of the pyramid and not very technical skills can be given. And the one which can be given, maybe we can send the people to abroad or Taiwan to get the semiconductor training program. So it is all are available. ITI and Polytechnic, many of our ITI Polytechnic are better than many engineering colleges. Out of 100 top ITIs in the country, 6 are in Odisha. Similarly, the Polytechnic colleges, if you have seen, so they are completely transforming themselves, and we are trying to give them the soft skill, which is again with the help of the industry collaboration, communication and soft skills are provided by the government fund, and it is not done by any of our own government system, but it is from the industry side. Whether it's a Macmillan or Tata Stripe, they provide the soft skilling to our people. Then industry strong academia collaboration. All the industries are again welcome. You can tie up with our ITI, Polytechnic, engineering colleges. You would like to have any center of excellences or industry-driven training of trainers, or whether you would like to have industry-oriented curriculum among our colleges or institutions. They are most welcome, and we are working with some of the industries. I don't want to get into the names. But certainly this is a huge opportunity. Then future-ready curriculum design framework. The engineering colleges, universities, and Odisha has already decided that we should also having a skill development and entrepreneurship university, which would be able to establish very soon. So with all these things, I'll just give 4 points before I end my speech. One is like we are all here, we are talking, it should not be just rhetoric, it should be like assessment of green skill requirements. The Sector Skill Council for Steel is here, Sector Skill Council for Green Jobs are there, they have identified something. If we identify the set of requirements, then certainly we should start working towards that. Maybe the collaboration, whatever is required, we have to bring that on the platform. Second is like a design skilling program, as I said for NOA Odisha. Please design the skilling program and start giving so that we'll not miss the buses. Our students and our youth will be ready with the required technology. Then the new curriculum with what we call co-developed new curriculum. We are ready and open to that. We should be doing it. If anybody has any idea, we should be tying up with the academia and trying to create that curriculum which will be part of the credit system, not outside it. Then the last one is industry-led skilling, which we talk. No offense to any industry, but personally, we feel that the trust on the youth and taking them on the apprenticeship or on-job training and mentoring them, these systems are not put in place. Maybe Mr. Khan was saying that in JSW, maybe they have very good system, or there are 2-3 companies, including Tata's, they have very good system where they were working with the youth. But there are many industries, many MSMEs also, they should put that system in place so that this is the low-hanging fruit. We can take along as we work and as we transit, we will be able to take our youth along with the training. So if on-job training is the best model, so that is what I would like to have. So repeat 4 things: assess the green skill requirement, design skilling program in various government policies and take the advantages, co-develop new curriculum with the industry requirement, and keeping the industry front and industry participation, we will be able to do lot of benefit give lot of benefit to our youth. So once again, skilling is a transformation journey as Odisha government believes in. I thank you all for giving us this opportunity. I am sure that with the thought leaders who are present here and contributing, the outcome would be really exciting, and it will give a lot of fodder for us to work for in few coming days. And once again, the Odisha State Pollution Board, Control Board, who had organized this along with the Steel Institute, I thank each one of you for putting so much of effort and bringing all of us together. Vande Utkala Janani, Jai Hind. We have taken 5 minutes extra, so we may be pardoned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed chairperson. Thank you, speakers. May I request Secretary Organizing Committee, Shri Rabinarayan Prishti, to please join us on stage and present the tokens of gratitude to ma'am and the gentlemen. And what a brilliant session that indeed was. Thank you so much, esteemed chairperson. That tinge of humor was definitely needed after a long day. And thank you, speakers, for sharing your thoughtful insights. Thank you for reminding us that greener the technology, the more empathetic and sensitive the talent we pick, and the greener the planet becomes tomorrow. I think that's the least we can do for Earth that is home to each one of us. Can we have a round of applause as we present token of gratitude to esteemed Principal Secretary, Skill Development, Technical Education, Transport and Commerce, Government of Odisha, Srimati Usha Pari, the wonderful chairperson for the session that taught us all the importance of keeping our planet green and how we do it in the right way through the right talent. Thank you, Shri Sushim Banerjee. Decades of experience brings such wonderful words and detailed informations. Thank you, Shri Subhadeep Khan. I think hiring the right ones with the right mind and that sensitivity towards the planet would help a lot in producing green metal. Thank you, Shri Krishna Kumar Padi. The approach by the market leaders would definitely bring in the change we are hoping to have when it comes to keeping the planet green and sustainable development. Thank you once again, panel. That was truly insightful and informative. Thank you, Shri Prishti, for doing the honor.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience and engagement, and thanks to all the panelists for sharing their experience and views and thoughts, which will be helpful to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to have a tea break, especially when we have one more session before valedictory. So we will quickly move on to the next session that speaks about market space for green metals. I think while we have been talking about how to produce green metals in the right way since 2 days, it is also important to know whether there is a market for green metals. And to speak about that in detail, we will be having 2 speakers and a chairperson. The chairperson for this session is Shri Pankaj Sharma, Director, Production, National Aluminium Company Limited. Before joining NALCO, he was the Chief General Manager, Global Exploration Center in NDMC and CEO of NMDC JV. He has a BTech degree from IIT DAY-2 and more than 3 decades of experience. The speakers for this session, Shri V.K. Singhal, CGM Marketing, Steel Authority of India Limited, and Shri Subrat Panda, a business unit head, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, who also has 3 decades of experience in sales and business unit, and Shri Singhal has more than 36 years of experience in sales and marketing. With each passing session, this conferencing is getting more and more informative and insightful. We cannot thank all the chairpersons and speakers enough for putting so much effort, giving their time, commitment to this conference, which is truly national and truly informative in every possible way. May I request our panelists and the chairperson to please join us on stage. Shri V.K. Singhal, Shri Subrat Panda, and chairperson Shri Pankaj Sharma. I'll request the chairperson for this session, Shri K.V. Swai, ED Production NALCO, who has decades of experience and will be sharing his thoughts on market space for green metals, along with our speakers, Shri V.K. Singhal and Shri Subrat Panda. We welcome the panel on stage. And may I request volunteers to please join us on stage and present bouquets. I'll request the host team to please join us on stage to give a floral welcome to the chairperson and speakers. The speaker for this session, Shri V.K. Singhal, Shri Subrat Panda, Business Unit Head, Jindal Steel and Power. And the chairperson for this session, Shri K.B. Swai, ED Productions, NALCO. May I request the chairperson to please take the session forward? Sir.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. So, esteemed delegates, fellow panelists, the invitees, very good afternoon to all of you. In fact, my presence here is an accident in the sense that the Protestant could not make it because of his some pressing, preoccupations. So my name is K.B. Swai. I am ED Production, NALCO, presently working in the corporate office. So I am greatly honored to be, present here in this conference, whether by accident or by incident, being organized by this State Pollution Control Board and Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute. I will prefer to call me a panelist only instead of a chairperson of this panel because we are only two. And I'll also share some of the examples and the best practices how this metal producing sector, particularly doing while steering towards this greater sustainability. I think I had a small presentation to make, but I think it'll be better I'll share with you the information. Now to start with the various trends and challenges, particularly in this environmental pollution control methodology. The first in the technological trends. I'll also share along with it some of the technological advancements that NALCO had been doing all these years. I think there was a question about artificial intelligence in the previous panel. Some of the questions were asked about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence in the first place, I beg your apology because the earlier panelists have already explained about the use of artificial intelligence. But when you're speaking about pollution control, the first stage of pollution control is optimizing the process. So whenever industrial process is taking place, the first thing is optimization. And the artificial intelligence comes to play a big role there in optimizing the process. So if you optimize the process, you reduce the specific consumptions, you reduce the pollution. So, that's the first stage where the artificial intelligence comes to play. Well, that was the answer that was coming to mind when I was in the audience. And, these technologies can also help us, to measure, to analyze, to reduce, and to prevent pollution. In the first place, it is the optimization of the process. Next, the impact of pollution. The major contributors are in air pollution or water pollution or soil contamination, whatever you say. The first thing that comes into play is the technology. I feel proud to tell that in NALCO, we had adopted certain technologies. When you talk of, pollution control or air pollution, very, very advanced pollution control methodologies are available, which many organizations are still experimenting. 20 years before, I remember we used a lot of bag filters and bag houses where using a bag filter, a special type of bag filter, we call it EPTFE, membrane laminated bag filter. Those days I remember it was so difficult to convince the management to use something which is 20 times costlier, a product which is 20 times costlier. And the support we got from the management in investing something which is 20 times costlier, but the stack emission from 100 milligram per centimeter, normal meter cube, it came down to 2. So this is the type of effect it had. So these are the advanced products that we used 20 years before and which is being adopted now. Just to give a background of this particular product, when you came across this particular product, maybe in 2002 or 3, someone told that we are operating this coal-based power plants in some city in USA, where the power plant is within, is very close to the city, and you won't see any stack emission there. Because normally, the normal life, if there is a stack emission visible, it is more than 100 milligram. And someone said it's not visible. And, that is how we thought of adopting those type of advanced technologies then. Then next is that all preventive measures. Obviously, prevention is better than cure. So, to optimize all the production processes, all the chemical processes that we deploy for manufacturing needs to be optimized. Just to share with you some, air pollution statistics, you all might be aware. It's all available in the public domain. India has 22 of the world's most 30 polluted cities. And air pollution is responsible for more than 1 million deaths every year. So this is the effect of the pollution, air pollution we have. Now coming to the contributions, the metal producing sector is one of the major contributors to the air pollution. And it is imperative that we adopt and implement all the latest technologies available in the field. Now, what are the basic technological advancements available in the pollution control? Before switching over to green metal, I'm just trying to set the context. In fact, what you have discussed is the artificial intelligence, and we also have the remote sensing, which can help us monitor the environmental impact. Then bioremediation, we all know, use of these microorganisms that is done for bioremediation, use of algae, fungi, yeast, or to make a safe and sustainable environment. Now, coming back to to theme of this seminar, since I am from the field of aluminum, and we know aluminum processing is a energy-intensive process, and to produce 1 ton of primary aluminum, we generate around 14 to 15 tons of CO2. That's the average. There are industries where those who use coal-based power, sometimes they're close to 20 tons. And there are many of the smelters either in Europe or North America where they mostly use hydel, around 45 to 50% hydel, where they produce around 6 to 7 tons of CO2. Now the thrust is on making metal green, making the aluminum green. Now what are the options available to make green metal, and where do we as a company, as a leading company, stand? we are a 40-year-old company. Our technologies are 40-year-old. Still, we have a relevance, as far as aluminum manufacturing is concerned. When you talk about competitors, those are fairly advanced technology, but we say we compete with them and still relevant in today's date. That is because of our regular technological interventions, including technological upgradations, wherever possible. Now, the first stage towards producing green metal is making process efficiency improvements. Normally, if you see primary aluminum production, you consume around, say, 14,000 kilowatt hour per ton of aluminum. But with our technology and with, repeated process improvement interventions, our DC energy consumption per ton of aluminum is close to 13,450. And still, we have been adapting further improved technology, like say, we are experimenting with the AP2XN technology. We are trying to make further fine-tuning with our process. We are expecting another reduction of, say, 100 kilowatt hour there. So these are the various process improvement projects that we've been adopting. And normally when we discuss of green metal, green aluminum, we always indicated towards the use of, power from fossil fuels. But actually, that's a fact. 60% of the total CO2 we generate is from the burning of the fossil fuels. But during the process of electrolysis, those who are aware of this, of the extraction of aluminum, when we electrolyze alumina, this aluminum oxide to aluminum, this aluminum, the oxygen in this aluminum oxide reacts with the carbon to give carbon dioxide. That's where also there is enough scope to reduce CO2 generation. Now there are a lot of studies being undertaken where, we can use inert anodes, where the anode will never be not be consumed. Like in the electrolytic process, the carbon gets consumed, and we have to replenish this carbon at regular interval, and that carbon with oxygen gives you a lot of carbon dioxide. Now, once we switch over to inert anode, so we'll be reducing the CO2 generation considerably. So, use of advanced, process improvement interventions, then maybe to some extent renewables, and use of inert anodes. Inert anode is basically the anode, instead of manufacturing it out of carbon, it is made of ceramic. And many industries are in the process of experimenting that. Rusal is in the very advanced stage of Russian aluminum. They are in the very advanced stage of developing that and converting it to commercial stage, commercial production of aluminum through use of inert anodes. So with these three major interventions, renewable, for use of power, renewable power for electrolysis. Number two is use of inert anodes. Third, whatever other process interventions that are possible to make certain improvements in the process efficiency. So these three can contribute to zero carbon dioxide generation in aluminum. Now the question is zero possible? That's the big question we have. So there is no harm in, aiming for the moon. At least we'll land up in stars. So with this, I conclude, my deliberation, and I express my company's stand and where and to what extent our company is putting all out efforts in reducing the carbon dioxide generation. I know there's uh, you know, inert anode is in a very early stage where only selected, companies are trying out. Maybe in few, maybe, I won't say few years, maybe another 10 years, it may become a reality that all the aluminum that is being produced commercially will start using inert anodes. But then, process improvements and switching over to renewables that will reduce the carbon dioxide load considerably. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, ladies, gentlemen, very good evening. Jai Jagannath. I was posted in Bhubaneswar in 2007-8. Thereafter, there have been many opportunities to go to Rourkela as we have a steel plant there. But first time I am coming to Bhubaneswar after that. So it's a very pious place for me, and it's a land of Lord Jagannath. First, I pay my obeisance. So that I have the luxury and responsibility of absence of my panelist. So I'll have another 15 minutes additional to bore you for. So anyway, I have a small presentation, sir, and it will be more or less my presentation will be summary of entire 2 days process. I'll take you along what steel industry is really causing about this carbon emissions, contributing in carbon emission in that whole world, in India, and what are the things being done worldwide. Because as on date, when we are talking, nothing definite has been concluded. Ki this way we will be able to do this hydrogen substitution of carbon and this thing. Most of the things are yet in experimental stage. And lot of other, as once this hydrogen generation is able to, we are do green hydrogen. We know what is gray hydrogen, what is green hydrogen, what is black hydrogen. Green hydrogen necessarily mean that it is produced from renewable energy sources, which are say windmill and solar power. So these two sources, whatever hydrogen we generate by electrolysis process from these two sources can be termed as green hydrogen. So as all of us know, today in our country, or even say worldwide, there is no enough electricity generation capacity in the solar and wind, which can take care of hydrogen requirement of the country. Hydrogen is being envisaged as a fuel for vehicle. It is being envisaged as a reducing agent for iron ore, and I am well sure many more industries must also be eyeing hydrogen as a fuel for to reduce this carbon footprint in their respective areas. So as such, let this hydrogen generation get evolved, say in a viable manner. Say worldwide, this is estimated, say per ton production cost of per kg production cost of hydrogen is around $7 today. $7. Unless this amount comes down to 1.5 to $2, this is not going to be a viable proposition. This is another challenge. So we have to bring down the cost of hydrogen production. Anyway, lot of such things will be there. I'll request them to kindly run this presentation. Let me introduce, I represent Steel Authority of India Limited. Steel Authority of India Limited is a company having 5 integrated steel plants. One of them is in state of Orissa itself. It's one of the largest steel making company in the country and 20th in the world. It's a government-owned company, majority held by Government of India. Last year turnover was close to 1,04,000 crore. This year we are heading close to 1.25 lakh crore. 1.25 lakh crore की company है ये. इसे by having wide network, many offices and whole range of products. This is the culture of the company. Discipline, entrepreneur attitude, agility, continuous learning and performance. There is a good product mix I like to tell you. We are producing almost all products. SAIL is the largest single producer of PM plates in the country. And one of the largest, maybe we are at par with Tata or JSW, of rebars in the world, in the country. Similarly, we are the largest producer of structural in the country, sections in the country. So these three products we stand at the number one in the country. Structural, PM plates and rebars. And of course, rail is another product. Rail, we are the lone producer literally in the country, and we are the supplier to the Indian Railway. Say, we have our country has charted out a plan for decarbonization. So, our steel industry, we say, releases 2.5 ton of carbon dioxide per ton of steel produced in the country today. That is through BF-BOF route. The target is to bring it down to below 2.4 ton. That itself is a sort of very ambitious target. There is nothing in sight how to achieve it, but we are trying one measure or the other measure how to achieve it. Our earlier speakers have talked about what is the impact of this carbon emissions. Going the pace we are doing, and if there is no effort taken, our temperature, global temperature will rise by 3 degrees centigrade. By 2100, the efforts are to contain this 3 degree temperature rise to maximum 1.5 to 2, which will be a savior for the planet. See how much a 1 degree centigrade temperature can make the difference to the human lives on this planet. So, dear friends, that current emission level in the world is around 40 billion ton. 40 billion ton carbon dioxide is released per year in the atmosphere globally by this energy combustion and industry processes. क्या इससे इफेक्ट हो रहा है? It has been discussed. I will not take much time. Temperature rise, heat wave, sea level rise, increased weather condition, natural calamity, displacement of people. And my predecessor immediately mentioned that it has caused how many loss of lives? I think more than 1 million. That is the cause of pollution, air pollution or heat global warming in India itself. That is the impact. Lot of efforts are being made at the global level, how to contain this, how to reduce emission. Serious efforts are being on since Paris Agreement in 2015. Latest one is that Dubai Agreement, Dubai Conference, which was held in last week of November. And the efforts are that if we can reduce this carbon dioxide emission by 4 billion ton from the current level of around 40, if we can somehow contain it to 35 to 36 billion ton. There are a lot of efforts by Indian government also. It has been discussed a lot. Now, simple synopsis, how different steel production processes emit carbon dioxide. See, the lowest is, of course, scrap, remelting. That is the lowest emitter. That next is, if we are having natural gas, we in our country, we don't have natural gas, so imported gas is not viable for iron ore reduction. We are mainly having in our country either BF, BOF or coal-based DRI. Both are highest polluting. But coal-based DRI, DF, yes, sir. That is all. It's again a very, because all said and done that syngas you are getting from coal gasification only, no, sir? No, but ultimately somewhere that carbon emission is taking place, na sir? तो सीन गैस बनाने में भी तो कार्बन एमिशन हो गया सर. So sum total is appearing here. Sir, sure, sir. Sir, anyway, and side by side, I don't know whether it is visible to that back bencher. There are different processes in steel making. This thing. We have coke oven, sintering, blast furnace, basic oxygen converter. Every process, how much carbon dioxide emits. Coke oven 0.1 ton. And sinter 0.4 to 0.7 ton, and blast furnace around 1.1 to 1.8 ton. This is per ton of steel. And then basic oxygen furnace 0.2 to 0.3, and continuous casting and hot rolling around 0.3 to 0.4. These are the carbon dioxide emission in various levels of steel making. Many technologies are being discussed. Some of are mentioned here. H2 based technology, Hisrana technology, hybrid was mentioned earlier. So these are the things. There is a hydrogen steel making. Again, as we discussed, that process is electrolysis. One of the major water we pass electrolysis and generate hydrogen. Another may be steam forming and purification of byproducts by gaseous elements. That is another way of hydrogen. Hydrogen steel making continues to be a much costlier process. Even that installation cost goes up by 3 times. Per ton, setting up capacity will cost around $3 billion, whereas in case of normal steel, it is around $1 billion. Carbon storage has been discussed a lot. Only thing I'll tell about what is the cost of carbon storage. Carbon storage for iron and steel will have additional impact of around 2,900 to 3,000 rupees per ton of crude steel. That is the additional cost if the steel makers are to resort to carbon storage. It's a very costly proposition. Though we have been talking about it, how to reduce this thing emission, this is one of the ways. But everything is having its cost implication. That is what I am trying to point out here. Our government of India, Ministry of Steel, they have made 13 committees for task forces for, it was told by Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel yesterday, 13 task forces have been made. What are those 13 task forces? I have mentioned here. These are the 13 task forces made by Ministry of Steel for decarbonization of steel industry. These are the 13 task forces which appear here. Skill development is one of it. Some industries, Tata, JSW, they have taken some steps for reducing the carbon emission in steel industries. 2 of it I have mentioned, that is successful. Jamshedpur is capturing, Tata Jamshedpur is capturing 5 ton of carbon dioxide per day. And similarly, JSW has set up a 100 ton per day plant, DR plant as Dolvi. They are also trying to 100% carbon capturing here. Kalyani has come out with one product which they say is a green steel, and they have done it through remelting route, and electricity was obtained from renewable sources. And one way...
Mr. Singhal, sorry to interrupt you. In fact, we have got another 4 minutes time because the chief guest for the ballot decision has already arrived. Request to wrap up in 4-5 minutes time.
I'll come to my main theme of this thing, markets for green steel. See, coming to markets for green steel in India or abroad, there is enough market. There is no dearth of market for this. Only thing we have to fill certain gaps. There are gaps in production setup, production capex, and there are gaps in production cost. I repeat, there are gaps in capex and production cost per ton. So both these things need to be tackled if we have find a green markets for the green this thing. So one way is that whatever country is consuming steel in the growth is there, this construction infra mainly driven by the government project, these are the consuming sectors. If we have to substitute green steel there, so only thing we are looking for around 2.1% if that benefit is there given to green steel by way of additional green tax or by way of reduction in GST, that can make this green steel viable without incurring much differential cost by these projects, which are the major consumers. See, these are 3-4 areas which we can make these markets for green steel. I'll not be able to talk about aluminium, but mainly green steel. The additional cost, project cost total will go up by, because green steel is costlier by 25%. So 25% overall project cost will result in an increased cost of around 2%. So government, if they have to promote green steel consumption in their projects, only 2% total project cost need to be borne, number one. Zero emission wala sir. प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट सर, प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट जो अपना इंफ्रा और साबरमाला ये जो डेडिकेटेड प्रोजेक्ट कॉरिडोर वगैरह आ रहे हैं, इनका कंपोनेंट कितना है सर स्टील का? हाँ जी सर, 25% एक्स्ट्रा कॉस्ट माना जा रहा है सर, जैसे ग्रीन स्टील का. हाँ, गोइंग फॉरवर्ड आपका अगर जैसे कार्बन हाइड्रोजन इज अवेलेबल इन बल्क, स्टिल इट विल बी कॉस्टलियर देन योर कन्वेंशनल कार्बन रूट स्टील. ये तो थॉट प्रोसेस है सर. सर अनदर कैपेक्स को फंडिंग करने के लिए पीएलआई गवर्नमेंट का जो स्कीम है, दैट वी बी वन वे ऑफ फंडिंग द कैपेक्स. और उसके लिए जो रिक्वायरमेंट आ रहा है टिल 2030, दैट इट्स अराउंड 19 मिलियन टन कैपेक्स के लिए 9,500, विच आर वेरी मच विद इन दिस थिंग. ये गवर्नमेंट को भी इसका, दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट प्रेजेंटेशन से लिया गया है. दे आर आल्सो अवेयर ऑफ इट कि 10,000 एडिशनल फंडिंग से दैट कैपेक्स कैन बी फाइनेंस्ड फॉर हाइड्रोजन स्टील सर. So anyway, coming to that last part of it, GST reduction can be one way of concessional GST for green steel can be one way of promoting it. Then
Mr. Singhal, one more minute.
Oh.
Sorry, because we have the
anyway,
chief guest waiting.
So this is again cost has to come down. And green steel market size is expected to rise. White goods and auto segments are considered to be the potential buyers of green steel without much aid, because that steel component in their total cost is varying 5 to 10%. Many premium auto companies worldwide, they have already lined up with the green steel producers, future green steel producers. This is mentioned here, like Volvo, BMW, they have lined up with Swedish Hydra H2. Even similar type of collaboration is there between Hitachi and green steel hydrogen producing company. So globally, there's some collaboration is seen between hydrogen producers and steel companies. Various India needs an investments of around, if we have to become to net zero by 2070, that India needs an investment of $10.1 trillion. This is as per the statement made by Honorable Prime Minister during Dubai meet. And steel industry alone in our country, globally, will need $1.4 trillion to adapt to the decarbonization measures worldwide. So, sir, finally, in pursuit of green future, a holistic, inclusive approach is paramount. World is collectively addressing this urgent issue. Environmental and developmental aspiration need to be aligned for a sustainable and resilient future for all. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Singhal, to disrupt you. In fact, because the organizers were pressing hard to conclude this session early. In fact, as I understand from the organizers, the chief guest for the validation has already arrived. If at all there are some questions, then I think it can be discussed after. So we can take one question, like Mr. Singhal, for Mr. Singhal, if there are any questions, please. So hopefully not. Actually, thank you very much. In fact, being the last session, thank you very much, all the delegates and the participants for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. May I request Shri D.P. Panda from the host team to join us on stage and present small tokens of gratitude to the chairperson and the speaker. It's so wonderful to have people with so much experience sharing their ideas, their experiences with us that would make us learn, grow, rise and shine, which is the objective behind a platform as enlightening as this. Thank you so much, sir. That's traditional Angavastra and Konarka Chakra for all the speakers and chairpersons to remind them of Odisha's rich heritage and the success of this platform. Thank you, host team. Thank you for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting up for the valedictory session. We'll take a few moments to set the stage, and we await the arrival of the esteemed chief guest for the valedictory session. Stay put. Keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Chief Guest for the valedictory session, esteemed Additional Chief Secretary, FENCC Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Satyabrat Sahuji. May I request you, sir, to please join us on stage along with Dr. K. Murugesan, Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board, Shri Pritam Purkayas, Director, BPNSI, and Shri R.N. Prushti, Chief Engineer, Environment, State Pollution Control Board. May I request the host team to please escort the esteemed chief guest onto the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the esteemed chief guest and all dignitaries at the valedictory session of National Green Metal Conference 2024. What an honor to have such an insightful panel. While we wind up the last session for the two-day conference, and may I request the host team to join us on stage, presenting bouquets of fresh flowers to Shri Sahu, Dr. Murugesan, Shri Purkayast, and Shri Prushti. The two-day conference has been absolutely insightful. For the summary of deliberations in the technical session, may I request Director, Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, Shri Pritam Purkayas, to do the honor, please.
It's almost evening. Good evening, Additional Chief Secretary Saab, Secretary, Member Secretary OPCV, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, and all invitees. A very, pertinent, I won't call it a proverb or a saying, but it is very pertinent, saying, or a, what should I say? It is something which is dinning in my ears, which I had heard earlier, but it is today relevant, very much relevant, that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. It is supposed to be a very native proverb, but that is the essence of us trying to put our cerebral activity in place for the last 2 days, trying to touch upon various aspects on how to, find a sustainable approach to greening this earth, the planet, and how important it is for industry, society at large, to keep the ecosystem and the planet together. For the last 2 days, we have had insightful discussions, fruitful collaborations, and meaningful exchanges of ideas, including 9 panel discussions and 1 roundtable, a very detailed roundtable of thought leaders, where detailed discussions and deliberations and arguments have been put in. Now, we have discussed various innovative technologies, circular economic practices, climate-friendly innovations, talent cultivation modes for the future. And all participants with their varied experience and industry backgrounds have given insights and perspectives in this whole exercise. We have touched upon themes such as history of climate change. We have spoken about innovative technologies in steel and aluminum sector. We have discussed the role of circular economy. We have discussed the want of data in region-wise, industry-wise, state-wise circular strategies, for which it is very important that the state and the industry get together, otherwise we will not find any solutions. And although the end goal is to achieve net zero, we have to, it is not just a statement, but we have to get it down to short-term, medium-term, and long-term initiatives. The role of academia in integrating the circular economy has also been appreciated, and various principles which can be incorporated through education and industry has also been discussed. Safety and sustainability also go hand in hand, and without safety, there will be no sustainability. That has also been discussed. As regards the importance of decarbonization, the need for stringent environmental regulations, and the role of sustainable financing has also been discussed. We have discussed about education, the need for greening jobs, green jobs, skilling, reskilling, and upskilling has also been discussed. And also we have discussed on how to sensitize our workforces and the society at large also about the complexities of climate change and sustainability. We have emphasized the significance of collaboration and partnership across industries, academia, and government bodies, as also the civil society. We can only harness the power of innovation and collective action to build a more sustainable and resilient future for generations to come, and that has to be built into our system, into our thinking and our way forward. With this, I would say that the important keywords would be on accepting change management, accepting that there is a learning curve where there has to be continuous learning, and you have to get acquainted with disruptive technology. So with this, I would like to say that such collaborations and such interactions should continue now and then, so that we can continue to champion sustainability and advocate for responsible practices and strive towards a greener and more prosperous future for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sri Purkayast, for giving an insightful summary of the two-day national conference. May I now request Dr. K. Murugesan, Member Secretary, SPCB, and Director, Environment, cum Special Secretary, FENCC, to throw some light on key takeaways from the conference. So.
Respected Additional Chief Secretary, Director, BPNSI, and my colleague, Mr. Swosti, and all the delegates who are attending for last 2 days. Now we have come to the validity section. In the beginning, I welcome you all to this validity section also. I've been asked to speak about what is the takeaway. For last 2 days, you must have seen we were started with a vision plan for the India. Then we were discussing also about how we are going to have this climate-friendly technologies and sustainability, circular economy, safety issues, and recently we had the session on skill development also. And finally, funding, that is a finance, and at last, the marketing for these green products. It was a wonderful session, but I really enjoyed, and I am also thankful to all the people who interacted with the speakers and the session chair. And I'm happy that there is a formal vote of thanks, but I have seen that most of the speakers are very excellent speakers, but out of paucity of time, since we had a lot of sessions, 9 sessions, so we could not take much questions from the audience. But anyhow, the takeaways are, we are number 1 in production, steel and aluminum in Odisha, and India is about 10%, almost meeting the steel production of the world. But unless we have stringent pollution control measures, technology, these are some of the takeaways. Just I am listing out, this has been provided to me. And stringent environmental clearance procedures and meticulously mapping your carbon emission. That's what in the morning also someone emphasized, that not only you do the energy auditing, you also go for the carbon auditing. That was also one of the suggestions. And I'm also happy that some of the industries like Vedanta, Hindalco, JSPL, they have already developed their vision for achieving this net carbon neutrality and having a good waste management as well as prioritizing their safety networks, frameworks also. So that's a good thing. So it's a learning for other industries to follow also. And it's also very much discussed about capturing this carbon capture, utilization and storage. There's a lot of research is required, a lot of innovation is required. Yesterday also we heard that whatever we think that is a hazardous or waste, whether it's a red mud or any sludge, someone has made a presentation that whatever you are producing, we can manage even the 10% or even 100% also. So a lot of potential is there. So, but a lot of research and innovation is required. Another one we have seen also, but we also learned from these 2 days conferences about collaboration. There's a lot of collaboration needed between the industry, academia, government and research professionals. And I am happy that a lot of people, not only from the research organization, policymakers, they have also participated for last 2 days. And policy initiatives from the government side, but we were thinking that Honorable Minister or from the central or the state will participate. They could not come. But the policy initiative from the government side should support all these green technologies. Otherwise, developing a technology, if there is no supportive policy, that was also very much emphasized. And education and awareness, as my predecessor, Mr. Pritamji also said that we need such awareness workshops and conferences. This is the first time we had it in Odisha, but I do not know because as for the 3.5 years, but we didn't have such conference, especially on climate change or technology or pollution control and monitoring. That's a good, so he suggested we will have few more conferences and workshops in future also. So finally we have concluded that yes, we can go for producing more and more steel and alumina with a better environmental protection, with a sustainable resource management and reducing our carbon emissions. So with these words, as Member Secretary of the State Pollution Control Board, we are very much committed that yes, Odisha will always lead and Odisha will always see that the industrial production never stops because of any hazards or hurdles, but we will ensure that. But at the same time, we will also see that our technologies are environmentally safe and sustainable. And with that, I thank once again our Additional Chief Secretary, Sir, as well as to all the audiences who are present here for their patient hearing and attending these 2 days conference. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. K. Murugesan, for sharing your thoughtful perspectives with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Satyabrat Sahu, to throw some light on importance of climate resilient development in Odisha. Sir.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Welcome all to this land of Lord Jagannath. Esteemed delegates, experts, all the guests across the country. I heard the Steel Secretary yesterday joined virtually. The Additional Secretary from the Ministry of Steel was here. The Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha was here. Many dignitaries were also present in different sessions. So I congratulate all of you for patiently attending this important topic, which is deliberating on a subject which needs balance between development and ecology. प्रकृति और प्रगति के बीच में एक संतुलन लाना, ये सब 2 दिन का जो कर्मशाला हो रहा है, इसका मकसद है, इसका मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है.
So I really appreciate the efforts of the State Pollution Control Board for organizing this beautiful gathering, inviting people across the states and different industries, academia, and different institutes engaged in industries as well as ecology. All of us know this green metal, and what are these green metal technology you have deliberated in the last 7, 8, 9 sessions. But all of us know metals are essential to societal development. For any infrastructure project, metal is key. Whether it is steel or aluminum or any other copper, any metal. So they play a very, very important role in the development. And we are lucky in Orissa. I am proudly being part of this state, and I belong to this state. I am very proudly, I can tell, that Orissa is contributing almost 100%, 99% chromite, nickel, which is plentifully available in and around that Sukinda belt. We have huge deposits of iron ore, almost 50%. We have also lovely deposits of bauxites, around 60%. So we are a mineral-rich state. So it is bound to expect, we are definitely expecting industries to come to this state. And in the last, particularly 10, 15 years, over the last, after 2000, many new industries have come up. Industrialization has taken place due to the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister and good policy under the Industries Department and other departments. Land is available because I also look into the revenue side in the state government. The land matter, the forest clearances, the facilities under the IPR, Industrial Policy Resolution, the latest one is very industry friendly. Many industries are coming. And in the last year, MIO, all of you know, many industries have also shown their interest in the state. That is one part. So development will definitely take place because with rise of population, we need infrastructure, and metal plays a vital role in providing infrastructure to the society. But what next? What should we do if these industries, it is for sure that industries also provide employment. We have to create employment because all the people will not go to the government sector. Government employees contribute only 1% of the total population. They are very, very less. Out of 4.5 crores population, we are hardly some few lakhs of people who are working in the government, directly or indirectly. So the job market is also keen that industries come to the state. But our focus, in my capacity, because I am also looking after the disaster management as the Relief Commissioner or the Disaster Management Authority head, the Odisha's industries must adhere to the climate resilient technologies. Couple of days back, I was in Jharsuguda receiving the Honorable Prime Minister for the visit to the state of Odisha. In Jharsuguda, the senior officers were with me for some time during the course of the day. They were very much worried about the pollution issue. Industries have come up. From the state plane, if you go, you see so many industries have come up. 15 years back, while I was director in the agriculture allied sector, I was moving in that area. Hardly there was any industry. A lot of industries have come. Kudos to the Industries Department and the policy of the state government. But at what cost and where we have to strike a balance? That's what the senior officers, the collector, everybody were discussing. Pollution is a matter of concern we have to think seriously. Same thing, couple of weeks back, while Mr. Murugesan was away, the Honorable Chief Minister was asking me suddenly in the evening, while returning from a program in Kalinga Stadium, the pollution in Bhubaneswar city, what is the air quality index? Particular day, he asked, and I will be surprised to share this thing because all of us should know in Bhubaneswar, where industries in and around are not available, the AQI was almost close to Delhi in the last part of December. So this is a matter of concern for all of us. So all of you who are having excellent brains, ideas, please take away whatever technology ideas have come so that we can sustainably develop the industries, keeping in mind the pollution factor keeping in mind the pollution issues in mind. The Odisha Climate Resilient Action Plan we have prepared some 11 years back in 2013. We have a very, very robust climate change action plan. We have a climate resilient budget structure. And since iron ore and bauxite are available plentifully, many industries will come. It is going to be the steel capital, our state. But how we can reduce this greenhouse gases, that is the main concern. In the world, along with US, China, Russia, India is the leading, one of the top 5 contributors for the greenhouse gases. And in Odisha, since many industries are coming, the time has come, we have to focus on alternate source of energy. In place of coal-based energy, how can we focus on the non-renewable energy? Renewable energy is the key word which I want to focus, and the state renewable policy which has been formulated 2 years back in 2022, it focuses on green hydrogen, green ammonia, floating solar, wind energy. These are all we have done in the policy, but now it is time we have to take it forward and utilize this in to some extent in all your industrial activities. The NGMC discussions which we have done, what Mr. Murugesan has told me on my arrival here, and its subsequent content presented highlight the environmental footprint of Odisha's industrial pursuits. It is incumbent upon us to address and mitigate the impact of our activities, particularly given the revelation that Odisha contributes over 9% of India's greenhouse gases emission. It is quite huge. The circular economy is another important topic which you have deliberated during these 2-day sessions, different sessions. And responsible behavior. I would request the industries to behave responsibly. Given my dual responsibilities, and since climate change is a big challenge, recently we had been to Dubai also for the COP28 meeting, me and the member secretary, both of you are there. The deliberations are there, everything, a lot of good papers are published, but how to implement these deliberations and the ideas into reality, that is the main challenge before all of us, before the policymakers, before the industrial houses, before everybody. Once the climate changes impact, for example, I'm giving you, if the temperature will rise by 3 to 4 degrees, then the GDP will reduce by 18%. This time, as SRC, I'm getting feedback, due to El Nino effect, the temperature will go up. We are in the first week of February. Yesterday, the temperature was 33 degrees, today it is 33.5. It will definitely increase. Along with the election heat, the temperature will also rise this year, I'm telling you. So time has come, we have to think, because once the climate change things will take place and the temperature will rise, then agriculture, food production will be affected. The employment issues will be there. The school timings will change. So many social impact of this climate change is there. So that is why in Odisha, we have made it a mandatory topic. Disaster management and climate change is a mandatory topic. One has to pass in an examination, starting from a class 4 employee up to chief secretary, from a MLA to the Honorable Chief Minister. Everybody should have ideas about this. This is a resolution passed by the state cabinet 2 years back. So climate resilience and disaster management in my dual responsibilities as SRC as well as looking up the environment side here, I must stress the importance of this subject in industrial development. And you people are quite educated, knowledgeable, you know the technology, you have the funds, you have the ideas, all of you have presented here beautifully, but let us implement it in the field. Let us not hear from the collector Jharsuguda or anybody, sir, how we'll survive. From pollution point of view, it is a big challenge for the future generation, for our next generation. Along with development, we have to go for ecological balance, sustainability and climate resilient actions. In conclusion, the importance of this conference, I fully agree this was required and Odisha took the lead. I should thank SPCB, our Chief Secretary, the Union Steel Secretary, the Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, Mr. Purkayast, all of you for a beautiful gathering here, including inviting all the stakeholders here. I am seeing almost all the stakeholders, what I gathered from Dr. Murugesan, almost all the stakeholders who are linked with green metal industries and climate sustainability, all are available here. And this has been a very successful deliberation for 2 days. We'll look into the recommendations, whatever recommendations you have given, that will be looked into by the government, both by state government as well as central government, and we'll definitely plan for a better Odisha, better future, so that the industries will be there, green technology will be used, people will survive, climate aspects will be taken care of, and we'll live peacefully in the state. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for all the good words and encouragement for the initiative. And we at State Pollution Control Board and Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute promise to work hard and give our best to ensure that the planet is clean and green. Can we have another round of applause for the esteemed chief guest? Ladies and gentlemen, we have small tokens of gratitude for all the dignitaries on stage. May I request Dr. N.R. Sahu, Chief Environmental Engineer, to please join us on stage and do the honor. A token of love to remind the dignitaries that this day and their presence and association means so much to us. May I request Dr. Sahu to present the token of appreciation to our chief guest, Shri Satyabrat Sahu, Additional Chief Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable association, for all those words of encouragement. That would definitely give us wings to fly higher. I'll request Dr. Sahu to present the memento to Dr. K. Murugesan. Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board and Director Environment Secretary, Special Secretary, FENCC, Government of Odisha, for being a wonderful captain of the host team, for taking all the pain to organize this conference with such efficiency. I'll request Dr. Sahu to present the memento to Shri Pritam Purkayast, Director, Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, for being the host team, for being the organization that is creating awareness and training professionals. Congratulations to the Institute and the Director. I'll request Dr. Sahu to present a token of appreciation to our Chief Environmental Engineer, SPCB, Shri R.N. Christie, who is also the organizing secretary of this conference, who takes all the pain with a smile and delivers nothing but the best. And I'll also request Shri Christie to present a token of appreciation to Dr. N.R. Sahu, yet another pillar of strength for this family. And may I request you, sir, to please propose vote of thanks. Shri Christie.
Good evening to all. Esteemed Additional Chief Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department, Sri Satyabrat Sahu, sir. Dr. Murugesan, my Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board. Sri Pritam Purkayast, Director, BPNSI. So many respected panelists, experts, delegates, my colleagues, students, and various representatives from various organizations, institutions. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Sir, we are very much thankful and grateful, sir. You could come and here and join us and grace the occasion. Sir, it was just an icing on the cake of this event, sir. Sir, I gratefully acknowledge the support and encouragement by the state government and the state central government for making this program a success. My special thanks and gratitude goes to Sri Pradeep Kumar Jana, Chief Secretary, Odisha, and our Chairman, Pollution Control Board, who conceptualized, inspired, guided, and supported during the entire period of preparedness and supported generously to make this program a grand success. So a big round of applause for our chairman. So my special thanks to Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Ruchika ma'am, who physically came here and graced us yesterday in the inaugural session. My special thanks to her. Then my special thanks to my member secretary, Sri K. Murugeshan sir, who has been supporting me and guiding me every minute. I think it is evident in the hall also, you must have seen. Sir, because of your constant encouragement and support, I could proceed in working in association with BPNSI and all my friends and colleagues. Then I extend my thanks to Sri Preetam Purkast sir, Director BPNSI, who has relentlessly worked for this program, and I worked in very close association with him on the entire program, particularly in inviting the panelists and other nitty-gritties. Sir, then I'm thankful to the entire SPCB team and BPNSI team, all my workforce, my colleagues, all my staff, who has constantly supported and cooperated for making this program to this grand success. Then, it's a very important thing is that this program could not have been seen the light of the day without the support of these sponsors. The sponsors really made a very big contribution and supported, not only supported, they supported and also delegated their officials to participate here. They spared, so that's why they deserve a special mention for that. So a big round of applause for all the sponsors who could make it this. My thanks goes to the Swosti group, who has provided this logistics, that means the hall, all the support, and the staff of the Swosti group who worked dedicatedly to make this program a successful one and to provide us a beautiful and wonderful ambience to work and sit here in a very comfortably and to enjoy this program. But the biggest, I can say in other terms, that all of you, your participation in this program and constantly staying for 2 days from morning to till now, your presence here is the pointer of the success of this program. So, a pat for yourself. Now I will be extending my thanks to the event management group agency, particularly Sri Soros, for working hard and meeting all my demands and requirements whenever and whatever time I have demanded from me, they made it. So my thanks goes to them. I express my thanks to all the media groups, the electronic media, print media, and even social media that who have disseminated the information of this event and for widely publicizing this event in the media. Then my special thanks to all those agencies, individuals, persons, or organizations who have supported indirectly or indirectly, whom I have not specifically mentioned, might have inadvertently missed. So my special thanks to all of them. There will be one more thing what needs to be mentioned, that yesterday's musical group, yesterday evening you have enjoyed a beautiful ambience, the performance, flute performance by the disciples of Pandit Hari Prasad Chaurasia. It was a wonderful evening for all of us. So a special thanks also goes to them. So With this, I end my words with once again thanking you all and look forward to your participation very soon sometime. We will let you know. Thank you all. Yes, sir. Sir, this program, they have already been told that tomorrow we have a provision to make you for a trip to Puri Konark and Dhauligiri on the way. So whoever are interested, they can uh, they can just intimate at the registration counter. I think for last 2 days, this information has been asked from you. I don't. Sir, that is right point, sir. There is a blue flag beach certified international standard beach. So if people are interested, we can take you there also. So the information is that the vehicle will start at 8 o'clock morning from here. So kindly take note of it. Sir, Lingaraj temple yesterday we had in the second half we had kept the facility, sir. Sir, thank you all. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you once again, everyone. With this, we wind up this conference. Namaskar. Vande Utkala Janani. Jai Hind.